sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
That's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. If you're ready to fight for our future, form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadow Claw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Ola Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
اسمي حسين أيوب. صممت خرائط في ببجي موبايل اتلعب عليها أكتر من 3 مليون مرة. كواحد ماب كريتور ممكن ناس كتير تفتكر إن أنا خريج كلية فنون أو دارس حاجة ليها علاقة بالتصميم، بس أنا في الحقيقة شخص عادي جدا خريج كلية حقوق، بس عندي شغف كبير قوي تجاه الرسم. بحب الألعاب الأونلاين، بلعب ألعاب كتير، بس موضوع ببجي جه بالظبط في 2018. ده كان وقت نزول اللعبة. ممكن ناس كتير ما تصدقش اللي هقوله، بس أنا اللي عرفني على اللعبة ده كان مديري في الشغل. فضلت ألعب ببجي موبايل كهواية كجيمر عادي لحد 2023، ومن بعدها دخلت مجال التصميم. أنا كنت وما زلت واخد الموضوع كهواية، ما كنتش أعرف إن ببجي بتعمل مسابقات للمصممين وإن في جوائز وإن الموضوع كبير قوي كده. في 2023 بالأخص اكتشفت إن أنا أقدر أقدم إن أنا أبقى مصمم. أنا عموما صممت خرائط كتير في ببجي اتلعب عليها أكتر، كتوتالي 3,700,000. الخريطة اللي عندي اللي مشهورة قوي اللي هي اسكيب اوف ذا سبمارين، هي اللي خدت ترافيك جامد الفترة اللي فاتت أول ما عملتها، ودي كنت عملتها داخل غواصة في المحيط، وهي كانت على هيئة بازلز كده اللاعبين يلعبوها. وممكن مفهوم الواو داخل ببجي موبايل ده غير فكرة اللعب داخل ببجي موبايل نفسها بسبب الأفكار الجديدة اللي المصممين بيطبقوها. اولا مود واو بيسمح لي ان انا اصمم اي حاجه انا حاببها، اي حاجه تيجي في بالي داخل مساحه معينه ببجي موبايل بتوفرها. خليني شايف ان هم واخدين الموضوع بشكل جدي واحترافي شويه. طبعا الموضوع محمس جدا، وانت كمصمم تقدر يبقى ليك عائد مادي منه ممتاز، وبتقدر توصله ان هو يبقى احترافي، خصوصا في وجود مسابقات وجوائز كتير ببجي بتقدمها باستمرار. انا اول ما بدات ما كنتش اعرف ان في مسابقات ولا في جوائز ولا الكلام ده كله. انا كنت داخل بدافع حب للي انا بعمله، والموضوع مشي معايا، وده خلاني مرتبط بشغل تاني جنب شغل. بس لو ده شغفك كمل وراه واكيد هيبقى ليه مرضى. زي ما قلت قبل كده ان العائد المادي بالنسبه للمصممين كويس جدا، وانت مش شرط تبقى فرد لوحدك عشان تكسب. يعني في مسابقات اتعمل مسابقه قبل كده جماعيه، والجائزه بتتقسم على كل التيم اللي شارك في المسابقه دي. بنصح اي مصمم جديد ان هو يستمر ما يزهقش. الموضوع عايز حد حابب التصميم شويه، لان الموضوع يطلب منه جهد ووقت كبير. مقابل كل ده هتكسب صيت وجوائز وعائد مادي، وده هيديك دافع انك تستمر.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Kibo, saya berasal dari Aceh, tepatnya di kota Banda Aceh. Keseharianku sebagai teknisi HP dari tahun 2009 sampai sekarang. Jadi pertama kali Kibo ikut program kreator, waktu season pertama Kibo mendapatkan juara. Pernah buat Masjid Istiqlal, Menara Kembar di Malaysia, terus kolaborasi sama Bernadia, terus yang terakhir kolaborasi sama IQ merek HP. Perasaannya alhamdulillah senang sekali. Pertama Kibo dipanggil itu bukan sebagai teknisi HP, tapi sebagai konten kreator WoW. Dan kedua Kibo juga dari pertama Kibo edit WoW itu dari nol sampai sekarang Kibo bisa dipercaya. Itu sangat senang.
Dunia World of Wonder ya, dari tim Indonesia sendiri kita waktu itu sempat mengadakan beberapa perlombaan gitu untuk pembuatan map WoW, dan Kibo tuh sempat menang juga. Dan karena dia aktif di komunitas WoW PUBG Mobile Indonesia, itu kita undang Kibo untuk jadi moderator, untuk memoderasi teman-teman komunitas kreator WoW di Indonesia.
Teruslah berkarya, apapun ceritanya. Jadikan setiap tantangan sebagai proses belajar menuju versi yang terbaik. Karena di balik semua kerja keras kita, pasti ada hasil yang pantas kita banggakan.
Just so one more time bro. Memang gila lah doktor kacang susu kita.
Pernah juara PMPL, aku nak apa sebenarnya? Jadi pro player, ramai orang tanya kenapa. Jawapan dia simple, aku nak bagi balik dekat komuniti. PUBG Mobile sebenarnya bukanlah tembak-tembak je. Bagi aku, dia satu dunia yang kau boleh cipta ikut imajinasi. Sebab tu, aku mula buat map dalam World of Wonder. Tempat untuk player belajar, explore dan enjoy cara baru main game. Map WoW aku ni bukan sekadar map. Dia ruang untuk player baru polish skill dan maybe satu hari nanti jadi juara yang seterusnya. Aku mungkin bukan lagi pro player, tapi dalam dunia yang aku bina sendiri, aku masih lagi juara.
Welcome to Metro Royale Advanced Tips. In this video, we'll be going over some underrated Metro Royale tips. In Metro Royale, these little techniques can help us gain the upper hand in battle. Let me give you a few tips. Number 1, gear selection. When you're short on Metro cash, you should prioritize high-quality ammo over a high-quality firearm, because in battle, the damage output of a high-quality firearm paired with low-quality ammo is lower than that of a low-quality firearm paired with high-quality ammo. Number 2, target boss weaknesses. Some Metro Royale bosses have weaknesses, such as the bosses at Missile Silo and Armory Outpost on the Arctic Base, Advanced Map. They carry 2 liquid nitrogen tanks on their back. Destroying these tanks stuns them, making them easier to defeat. Number 3. Tactical Mines. As you all know, approaching a tactical mine will set off an explosion that blinds you or unleashes poison. However, if you discover an enemy tactical mine in advance, you can fire at it to destroy it. On the other hand, when it comes to using tactical mines, you want to place them where the enemy is guaranteed to walk. Even if they discover the mine, the shot they fire to destroy the mine will alert you of their approach. Number 4. Minecart Tip. When using a minecart solo, the fastest speed you can reach is 43 kilometers per hour. When you have a teammate with you, you can ride the minecart together and achieve even higher speeds. Number 5. Climbing Tip. If you're ambushed by enemies while climbing a ladder, tap the jump button to land back on the ground for a quick retaliation and avoid getting caught out mid-climb. Metro Royale has even more secrets, such as destructible lights, which can dim the environment. There's still much more to discover. That's all for this Metro Royale guide. See you next time.
So freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
That's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. If you're ready to fight for our future, form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadow Claw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't...
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile South Asia Fall 2025. After the spring, after the success of spring, Well, once again here with new set of team, with new set of players, and once again with the fall season of the PMNC South Asia. This is your host and your caster Torix, and with me on the desk today, it is going to be none other than Pika. Pika, welcome back. It is your first time once again after a long one to share a desk with me.
Absolutely right, man. And honestly, this is the first time I'm doing a fall leg of any tournament for that matter. So I am super happy to be right back here. 20 teams. We were talking about this off the stream, and I cannot be any more excited, man.
I mean, this is what it is. This is what it is. This is what it is. This is just the start, because not only these teams like try to fight their way throughout their own national regionship towards the South Asia one, but also there's going to be a lot of diversity. Like, we're going to have not one, not two, but 3 different regions that's going to fight against each other. There was South Asia Wildcard, the Maldives, the Nepal, that are once again going to combine into one in the South Asia Fall and fight for that glory of $10,000, that big prize pool that we even saw in the PMNC South Asia Spring.
Man, I was actually gonna wait until we show our audiences on how much loot is up for grabs, right? But yeah, having said that, we'll remind them that again later. I can really tell right now that numbers will come into play here, especially all the teams from Nepal. You said it yourself. There are 12 teams from Nepal, so this is where the population domination really gets handy. Now, of course, we do have 5 games today, so that's a lot of chances, right, for our teams to start garnering those very precious points.
That is absolutely true, but the main question still remains: which one of those 12 teams from Nepal have came into the grand finals, from Maldives, from the South Asia Wildcard, and those 5 matches? What are those 5 matches? Because going into the calendar, first of all, it's going to be of the 7 days total. Once again, just like the spring, 4 days of the playoffs, 3 days of the grand finals. From today, Thursday, the 7th of August, we're going to start the playoff stage up until the Sunday, 10th of August. Then, from this, the top 16 teams out of all of these names will go into the grand finals, where they will have like four extra days for themselves to utilize, maximize their days, and read the other teams on their strategies and everything, and take the grand finals to their name. But going into the event format, this is where everything's gonna go. Nepal had 12 teams, just like we talked about. Then we have Maldives with 4 teams. Then we have South Asia Wildcard, where it also got 4 teams into the South Asia playoffs. Now, from these 3 regional PMNCs, top 20 teams will go for the head-to-head tussle for 4 consecutive days to make their way into the grand final, where there's only one dream, one path to follow, and that is the trophy one.
Man, I was actually also gonna mention that the common denominator between those two photos, those 2 pub mats that we showed you guys, is the fact that, of course, the finals is shimmering gold, right? So, of course, it can't be any more decorated than that. I'm just really hoping for the best for all the teams who will make it to the top 16. You know, it's a bit dramatic in a good way, guys, because for sure they are gonna be super duper determined to make it to the top 16. It may also be bittersweet in the sense that we have to say goodbye to 4 teams, though, and that also begs the question. I would say so, Torix, are those 4 teams gonna be from different regions, right? So, because we know there's a lot from Nepal, there's 4 from Maldives, and so on and so forth. So, who are those 4 teams gonna be? Let's find out soon.
That is absolutely true, but going into the prize pool distribution, this is not for right now. That's one thing. This is not for right now. This is for the fact that you're going to go into the grand finals, and from that point onward, wherever you're going to reside into this overall ranking, then you're going to receive the prize pool. 2,500 for the champions, the runner-up. The second position gets 1,500, 1,000 for the third one. Fourth place gets 800, 700 for the fifth. Sixth gets 6, seventh gets 5, 8 gets 4. 9 to 10 gets 250, then 150 for 11 and 12. 13 to 16 gets 100 each, and no MVP, no overall highest fragger. We're not gonna have any of those. It's straight up the positioning that you have to achieve. You cannot go wrong with this. Whereas for MVP, sometimes some of the teams do tend to go a little bit of aggressive to get that extra.
Right. So
you
here we go,
will
ladies and
go
gentlemen.
to.
All right, so yeah, pardon me. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Now we got the groups here, so we're not gonna be holding you off any longer. These are the teams that you want to be looking out for. You see the common flag here, ladies and gentlemen. You see how many teams from Nepal are actually here. So of course we're gonna mention some names. We have Tribe AEROMACY, we have BAGH ESPORTS, we have Real Savages, and we have ANTEIKU from Group A alone. Group B, we have AKAZAYA ESPORTS, BLUZZ or BLUZZ if I'm reading that right. We have MAKPEN, one of the crowd favorites I would say, and One Hit X RLX for Group B.
I mean, this is just the first initial 2 group. We still have 3 more. Group C has the Kudai for YONKO, Lucky Cat, SDMZ Esports, for Knight, for Death Machines, and Group D alongside of T2K, ABRUPT Layers, and some of the more teams that you just saw. But here we go. The moment I was really waiting for, as PMGC is gonna not have the Sanhok matches. We still have Sanhok matches right now, and that's a relief for me at the very least. The first match is gonna be Erangel, ABCD is the group. Then the second match is going to be the Miramar with ABC and E. The Group D will go into a break, and the Group E will join us into the first match of that day. But Sanhok is the third match with ABDE. Then we have Erangel with ACDE, and last but not the least, our last match of today will conclude on the Miramar with BCDE.
Man, this is going to be insane because I, for one, as you mentioned, we want all these maps usually in rotation, right? We don't want to have to miss out on a single one. Sanhok, one of my personal starters. Not today, though. We're going to go with El Clasico to begin with. The usual transitions, Erangel Miramar. I still remember this, Torix. The last time we did commentary, Miramar has always been my biggest dread. We know this for a fact. Huge map, less cover, and a lot of memories have been made here from previous tournaments. I can just hold my breath and see what happens here later today.
That is absolutely true. But going on to the participation teams. All of the names, all of these teams are here, but this is for the first match, ladies and gentlemen. This is the participation teams for the first match that is about to occur. AT, ANTEIKU, Tribe AEROMACY, BAGH, Team RS, Team AKZ, One Hit, BLUZZ, MAKPE, MAKPEN, in fact, 4K, there's 4YLC, there's Sakudai, there's SDMZ, there's T2K, ISSLNRC, ASL, and 4 Death Machines. These are the 16 names that will go headstrong against each other into the very first match.
As you said, this is just the beginning, folks. Tip of the iceberg, if we can say so ourselves. Now we're talking about beginnings here. I personally like the fact that some of our teams are very fresh. Yeah. You know, they just formed themselves like months old, just to showcase their talent to the rest of the world, all from South Asia. So I, for one, Torix, I want to get my I want to get a glimpse of what these teams are more than capable of. There are familiar names here, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who have been tuning into previous tournaments. So I know that there are a lot of fans out there, but I think you want to keep your eyes out as well for these newer teams that are going to be laid out in front of you.
That is absolutely true. The new teams, there is always going to be an eye for these guys on what they can achieve, what they can do, at the very least in the very first day, because this is just the start. Nobody knows the plan of action, or any of the strategy that the team has devised for themselves. So this is the right time. This is the right time for majority of the teams to actually go take those fights, take those aggressive stances at the early stages to find out what the situation is, and just test the waters against all of your opponents and see how well are they going to hold off this kind of a strategy that you're going to provide to them, this kind of a strategy that you're going against them, and do they have any counter strategies regarding the strategies that you're implementing on them. These are the biggest factors, because from day 2, day 3 onwards, you're not going to have that chances. Everybody is going to cementize their positions on the overall ranking. They will know exactly, okay, this is how we're going to play, this is how we're going to initialize our momentum for the rest of the matches and everything. So you won't have enough chances to the fact that the first day you can actually say, okay, we were testing the waters, this is what we learned, this is what we lost, and this is what we know now that's not going to work, or either is going to work against these teams.
Right, it's the gathering of information, if you will, folks. So it is day 1, right? Apart from the fact that you want to learn more about these teams, especially those that they haven't encountered yet, if there are even, right? You want to get that knowledge, a little bit of I'd say intel. But of course, it's safe to say that since you have a good 4 days for you to try and rack up these points, the moment that you secure yourself at least the top 5, you can breathe easy moving in, knowing that, oh, okay, I think I'm in. But those crucial spots, we've seen this time and time again, Torix, there's a bit of a shaky area right there between 15, 16, and even 17, right? So if they do have a power struggle, then that last day is definitely going to be bloody.
No, it definitely will be. It definitely will be. That is the thing. But everything starts here. Everything starts from this very first match for the group A, B, C, and D. So with these 4 groups, these 16 teams that we witnessed a while ago, they are going to head on straight up into the matches, try to find out what they are going to do here, and if there is anything. Because I really want the fights to happen. I really want those early clashes to occur, those drop clashes, maybe in Pachinki, maybe at the Rozhok or at the Georgia Pool, anywhere. I just want those major cities to be contested by the teams and go headstrong into the match, that you're showing the domination that you're gonna bring in on the table.
Yeah, patience always is a virtue, as we say, but there is that need for you to eliminate the competition right away. The more resources you get, the more frags you get. Obviously, it adds up to the points. The scoreboard just keeps going higher and higher. I like the fact that you mentioned these top spots, right? These hot spots, because simply put, a lot of people will a lot of players will hesitate, but at the same time, I don't think we should stop, because the moment that we land there, we're sure to get resources, and this is where we test our firepower. As you mentioned, you want to get those clashes. You want to see the people, or you want to see these players just go head on the very moment they land. I also am a firm believer of that. I'm not gonna say that the patience play or the long game, the long game of PUBG M isn't amusing, but that's where the action really picks up. The adrenaline rush, not just for the players, but also us here on the desk, guys.
It is the adrenaline rush. This is just the start of the action. Nobody knows. Not us. We can't do any statistic on these teams right now, starting from here, that, they might able to do this, they might not able to do this. We can't do this anymore. We can't do this yet. Unless they play the first 3 games, we will not have any upholding statistics that will determine, this team might do good, this might not do good, or any of the cases this team might show some aggressions. But just on the occasion, just by talking about the team, some of the names do tend to play on the aggressive sides, some of them do not want to kind of play on the aggressive side. So it's just these kind of factors, but the pressure is immense. The main stopping factor for all of these teams here is that pressure that's on these guys, that's on these teams right now, that they know that it's a double-edged sword. Going headstrong, going aggressive is a very double-edged sword. You might win one fight, but instantly you might get obliterated in the very next.
Especially if your choice of drops, right? If you chose to be somewhere that is going to be a hot spot, for a fact that, I am for sure going to encounter somebody here. And you said it yourself, it's a risk. I also agree that if you jump right into a zone wherein you'd pick abundance of resources or safety, right? That on itself is the big question. But ladies and gentlemen, in just a few seconds, a lot of these are going to be answered as we head straight on to Erangel El Clasico, as we always say. We're not even going to predict here. Torix did say we have no information yet whatsoever. We're an open book as of the moment, folks, so stay with us.
Oh yes, and with this, the first match has actually begun. This plane line is going straight up from the military base all the way up to the Savarni. It's bisecting the whole map from the very middle, tilting a little bit to the eastern corner, but not too much. It's not going to make any difference, unless you really want to go Zarhi, then it's going to make the difference. You might not be able to do, you might not be able to achieve that. But aside from that, Remorks, Novoropnoy, Milta Power, Lipovka, even the hospital and the Jojo Pool is accessible for the teams. What else do you need? What more do you want from this plane line? You have everything, every single location to your own favor. You want to go at one location, you can easily go there. Boom, there you go. You glide, you go, you get that loot. But this arises another question. That if now, with this plane line, anyone is actually going to go for that aggressive stance or not?
Yeah, you know, speaking of aggressive, there was a very early departure right there from SKD. We saw it firsthand, folks. Military base, no questions asked. They just went for the drop. And 4YLC, just close by, very, very close by for possibly a contest a little later on. So, Torix, here we go. I think the silence is still quite deafening. And unfortunately, though, we're swerving towards a very western circle here, with Hospital, Quarry, and Primorsk being some of the spots that we want to look out for later. Still, as of the moment, really empty. But I don't think we're gonna stay silent real soon.
I agree for that. We're not gonna stay silent for sure. But here we go. Sakudai, so far on our screen. Ooh, a very fancy car to this guy. Okay, Himson, he's a man of culture. He's a man of cars. He's gonna have his car. He's gonna have his vehicle, and he's just gonna get out of here after getting that initial loot for himself. A decent loot, nonetheless. He found an M416 straight up into the very first compound that he went into. But 16 teams, 2 minutes past, 63 players. That means there's either a very unlucky guy into the lobby that got eliminated, or someone, or a full team is very unlucky that one player didn't even join.
That's one, you know. So the number is definitely not really looking very good here. At least not for everybody. But let's see. For the time being, you said it as well very clearly. I was surprised. An M416 was actually waiting right there from the very, very initial drop. So again, I'm keeping my eyes open. I'm keeping my mind open for this one. So yeah, folks, very early on, you know how it is. I think I'm proven wrong here, Torix. No action as of the moment. We're leaving the military base safe and sound, at least for now.
I mean, this is just the initial phases. This is just the start. Even with this, because of the plane line first that occurred, we're at least not gonna see any of those fight at the very least in early stages. I give it until like stage number 3. That's the highest that I can think of, the number of stage that the fight might not occur. But after that, after stage number 3, there's definitely going to be a lot of bloodsheds going around. SDMZ is at Haite alongside of Naeem, both in a buggy. I don't know why Zayu was like, okay, get out of my car, you're not allowed to stay here. And then he went into the buggy and just went out of here. But the thing is, wherever Zayu stopped, the house was completely empty. So his all attempts to get all the loot from that singular compound areas, it was all for naught.
It was. And sometimes, you know, it's a wild goose chase. We really just can't help it. Okay, so yeah, you know, we look back in the past, right? We'd be lucky enough that sometimes as early as this, we get very early close encounters from some of our teams. But again, you see, it's not always the case. We're sometimes unfortunate, safe to say. MAKPEN here, ladies and gentlemen. So for those of you, show some love over in the comment section for your boys of MAKPEN. I remember calling a lot of their games in the past, but I don't know how they play now, Torix. I'm really excited to be refreshed on how MAKPEN approaches these things.
I mean, that is the thing. Will have to see what's the approach for all of these teams, these players at this point in time, on what are they thinking of doing, what they do not want to do, or any of these complete factors going around. But let's talk about all of these accommodation that the teams have so far. Like BLUZZ official, they have Yasna Poliana. Even though it's 1,400 meters, almost 1,400 meters outside of the radius of the circle, they're still here. They're waiting. They're getting their loot, arsenals, whatever they can possibly gather in these 3 minutes. I think 2 minutes, and then where it is going to be the last minute, they're going to get into the car and straight up move in the circle. But this arises another questionable thing, that if any team is actually holding the premises against them, against their location wise, then it's going to be a very difficult scenario for them to actually approach into this area and take those fights, take those aggressive stances, or any of those complete action areas. But Real Savages on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, close to the proximity of AT, Codeine, and Shafu alongside in this area. Just the 2 players in Lipovka and the solo guy of Real Savages, 7777 Goat.
Oh man, and Goat, he might just be, it looks like he already has concrete information that AT is just a few meters in front of him. This might be our first encounter here, Torix. I'm super excited. And at the same time, I am nervous. I am nervous for AT. Oh, see, this is also what we were wondering about. AT has one man missing. So already at a slight disadvantage. There we go. The pain of the blue has already started to sink in. Not by much. But it stings a little bit, Meanwhile, 4 death machines still looking quite free, quite I'd say safe. If that's even the word I'm gonna go for. Just allowing the other teams to duke it out if they need to.
Yes, that is absolutely true. They're still allowing the other teams, at the very least, to do something at this point in time. They're allowing them to move into the premises, go forward, and all of these things. But aside from that, what we are seeing so far is the fact that these players, these teams, they're kind of hesitant to even take that early fight. Whereas I was expecting these teams to go for a very aggressive spot, very aggressive approach against all of these names, all of these numbers. No, it's not the case. The teams are very going for a safer side spot. They're not over pushing, they're not over fighting, they're not letting the other teams know their locations. The unbroken spirit that used to be there for the teams, okay, whatever the case is, whether it's the death or the some elimination points to their name, it's not gonna matter to them. We're not seeing this time. We're seeing a very calculative teams, calculative approaches, very slow-paced approaches. Even you can see in the minimap, Jiggle God did not shoot at Shafu whatsoever. He's not even looking at the guy. Now he's gonna look at him, he's gonna shoot, he's gonna get the knockout, and that's the initial knockout with the confirmation on its way. And ANTEIKU is that unfortunate team, even on top of that joined with the 3-man squad.
Man, okay, this is what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there it is. That is the frag. So here we go. Real Savages. Jiggle God. You did mention a while ago that Jiggle God kind of had a little bit of hesitation, but now he already has his sights set. Here we go. Beautiful shot right off the hill. And there goes Aku. My goodness. Okay, so Goat just reaping the benefits, reaping all the rewards of said encounter. Skywalker again. Here comes the team. Here comes everybody. Just making sure that they have enough backup should that ensue once again. Looks like we have a little bit of a pre-morse shrink here, Torix. Look at where we are.
Oh my god, I can totally see this. I can totally see the shrink all the way down to the south on the bridge. I love this. I absolutely adore this. The amount of aggressive sounds that we're going to do because of this, it's going to be amazing. But Skywalker on the reload. It is S12K versus 1897, ladies and gentlemen. And Real Savages, things are looking really good for them. Real Savages for them. But here we go. S12K on the hand. But no! Skywalker gets taken down as Code comes into the play. He knows he took that chance. He won it over. But now there is no other way for him to survive. And he gets eliminated. 3 eliminations without a single casualty. A good start for the Real Savages.
Man, Jiggle God on a roll here. The flow state definitely kicked in. You saw what happened there. There's a little bit of trickiness trying to come off with a nade. With a nade just a few seconds ago. Something very classic, but at the same time very risky. He could have taken a gunfight, but it is what it is. Here we go. T2K. Oh man, I miss saying that. Not gonna lie. Igneous. Again, still very unequipped. I saw a bunch of level 3 helmets earlier. That actually makes a lot of difference, ladies and gentlemen. If you get your hands on a level 3, that kind of gives you a little bit of confidence boost that you can somewhat take some fights every now and then.
I mean, that is true. That is actually true. You can get a real good, I'd say, confidence booster in yourself with the level 3 helmet, with the level 3 any of the arsenal, even with the airdrop that you're gonna have. You're definitely going to have a really decent approach. You're definitely going to get into the fight really confident that, okay, I'm gonna actually survive more than the other guy, so I will have more chances of getting that elimination. But one hit XRLX on our screen so far, me and the team AKZ. At this point, they're not going straight up on the approach of the fight, of the aggression. No, they're not doing that, but we're also not seeing that disengagement. So they're not actually stepping up into the fight. They're also not backing off from this.
Yeah, man, I think that they're playing Viper as of the moment, just making sure that the prey's within reach and good for the kill, you know. I'd say that's as usual. If you're a pro or if you're an intelligent player, that's exactly what you're going to go for. You're not going to take the shots you don't need. So here we go. Still, no eliminations, but the DBS. Now, this right here could be just as devastating a while ago as the S12K, should you be a good shot. I know it did receive a hefty amount of nerfs in the past, right? But not to say, of course, that it's still not as deadly as in the right hands, I would say.
I mean, right now, it is deadly. Everybody is going to be deadly. The moment anyone is going to get into the aggressive stances, it's going to like start up a chain reaction. It's going to start up a chain reaction. That's one thing. So far, we have only seen one team get into the fight. But wait a minute. Why? Just why? Why are these guys disengaging this fight? This is my question, but they're going straight to the den of the T2K. AKAZAYA is in the proximity. If he wants to, he can shoot at the players. He can shoot them down, but not even that. And even AKAZAYA, he's completely solo here for some reason. What's the rest of his team?
I don't understand. I don't understand. This is really peculiar behavior. Okay, but hold that thought. We got a little bit of a frag here from I think that was from RS. So yeah, good stuff. Still on the board, still getting those frags in. Ladies and gentlemen, we just entered. We are about to enter, rather. We're about to enter stage 4. So this is where it's really gonna start to sting, or at least a little more than it's supposed to. Here we go. BLUZZ officials, they have their sights set. Oh, tried to go. Very good contest, but no. Gyro Surf falls in the hands of Skywalker, care of the S12K.
Oh my god, that's one initial elimination, but 777 GOAT. He managed to revive himself back to the 75 HP. But now Axie is going to be taken down. That's 77 GOAT. That's down as well. Now Jiggle GOAT. Come on, man. You were not looking at your backside, but ooh, wait a second. Things are not over until it's very over. Real Savages versus BLUZZ official. It's, I do believe, a 1 versus 2 scenario going around now. As you can see, Team Real Savages, there's two. Like Dada alongside of the players, but wait a minute, there's a backstab that might occur. AEROMACY versus 4K into the kill feed. That's also happening. The grenade is going to go down. Skywalker is going to be taken away. And Voken with the third party on the back angle. MAKPEN gets the final nail in the coffin on these guys. Real Savages, the chances for their survival are looking good now.
Man, that is definitely going on Drax's resume right there. Did you see the distance of that shot? Beautiful dip in. Now MAKPEN just trying to at least reap a little bit of the bloodshed. Let's see how that's going to go on a little later, ladies and gentlemen. But the last man from 4K still trying to make haste out of this danger zone. Oh, but the buggy's not looking really good here, Torx. Here we go. MAKPEN once again. You know, you said it also a while ago that we did have a little bit of a backstab action going on. Let's see how long it's gonna last. Yeah. MAKPEN, real opportunistic in this approach.
I mean, so far it is looking good for these guys. Not too bad, not too bad. So we are still saying the teams like to occur the fights, but you can see clearly into the map, into the zone, that okay, SDMZ, they're far away, MAKPEN, they're far away. Real Savages, they have decided to take a very long route, go from the near the 6 compartments, the 8 compartments areas towards the bridge side, and then take the action into the circle. At the same time, there's also T2K at the very end of the circle as well. But Sakudai, you can see in the kill feed, they're fighting. MAKPEN is also fighting, and the knocks, the elimination that's occurring, it's against the team Real Savages. And now Real Savages, things are not looking good. The moment you got revived up, all of you, that you decided to move away from the premises of the outside of the circle to the inside, you're instantly, one player is being taken down. Skywalker is down as well. No way. MAKPEN getting this engagement straight up into their hand. That's 2 elimination. 777 GOAT in the front line. He's cooking the grenade, which might get that elimination. But now he knows, MAKPEN knows where the player is situated at, but there's a lot of casualty going around. There's a lot of damage coming on this player as he's healing himself. And 777 GOAT, he's gonna throw the grenade. Unfortunately for him, it's not gonna hit the mark. It's not gonna get a knockdown, but oh my god, it's a 1 versus 2. Now MAKPEN, you have the upper advantage, but 777 GOAT, he has seen more fights.
So MAKPEN a while ago, I was going to say that they're really healthy. They were looking really good. I did mention that they were very opportunistic in their approach, but now surrounded by a very feisty GOAT right here. I would say so myself. And I'm really surprised that I'd say the Jiggle God is still standing up. Well, not upright, but you know, he still lives to fight 2 seconds in. Here we go. A little bit of an exchange. Wow!
Oh my god. That's so good. That is so good going on. But aside from this, you can see 16 minutes have passed and the teams are definitely going in for a decent aggressive approach. AEROMACY Yante actually managed to do a small bit of damage with the 1897 impact on towards players, but he absolutely got decimated by the 4DM. There we go, with another team being outside of this game now. We're down to the top 12, ladies and gentlemen, with 37 players remaining. Jody ASL trying his level best to get those shots connected to get that elimination for himself, but T2K now he has to get in the hovercraft, make himself a covercraft out of that, but still there's a MAKPEN, there's SDMZ into the kill feed, into the premises. As you can see in the southern side, there's not just one, not just two, there's 3 to 4 teams that has the potential to take the fight against each other.
Man, you know, another thing that I found really tragic is that AKAZAYA just taken out of the play zone again. You know, the blue Grim Reaper, as I always say, not really a pretty sign. You don't want to go that way. Again, it is what it is. The next game, here we go. So BAGH Esports again here. We have Joker YT. A while ago, I remember that Joker actually tried to engage, but I think that frag was denied, if it even became a frag moving forward. So here we go. A little bit of cavalry again. One more attempt to do this. Oh, there it is. And Gangsta, that's all there is. You know, vehicular manslaughter apparently. But here, okay. So ANTEIKU again, just taking 2 for 2. I cannot believe my eyes right now. Action left and right, I would say so, Torix.
I mean, it is action going left, right, center, everywhere.
Yes.
And you can see into the mini map, into the mini screen. In fact, there's BAGH Esports right now on the casualty side, as they're also making their way into the casualty areas. They're also getting some eliminations. Extreme making sure that his team is still thriving. His team is still getting some decent number of elimination. At AKZ, they're down to the very last guy. Their eliminations are coming up. That's the 3rd elimination that these guys are going to have into the mini match. One player, Anish, is the only guy that's still outside, but Sakura, you can see into the mini-map near the AKZ. Maha, but Maha, we have to see what Maha is going to do, because this guy just got into the car. Now he's going to move away. It's not just one team that's going to shoot at him. It's 2 different teams, and the situation is not looking good. The back tire is punctured. You cannot hope to survive from this area, but somehow he still managed to survive. Gets out of the car. He's low on that HP. He needs to heal as soon as possible, but get behind a cover. Get behind a cover as soon as you can. You're still in the cover from the front side, but what about the back side? What about the backside, the purple team that is on the southern angle? What are they going to do to you if they see you?
And that Scar L. That Scar L is the only thing that is probably going to save Maha as of the moment. They don't have information on where Maha is. This is probably the most covert position that Maha can find. Again, the last flag for their team. Let's see how this is going to go. I think Maha just needs to pick shots. Be very, very careful. I don't know if Extreme also has information. But, you know, if I'm going to theorize, he really does not know that Maha is right behind that bush.
And that is the thing. That is the thing nobody knows at this point. And I'm loving this. I'm loving this fact that they don't know about the situation that's actually occurring on these guys. They are very unaware of the situation. The moment they're going to show their back to a team, that's when the aggression, in fact, is going to start. That's where the aggression is going to occur. But so far, it is for YONKO's Lucky Cat. So far, Fearless, W. He's at the eastern corners alongside of the rest of his team. So far, just the 2 eliminations to these players a name. But oh my god, this is a... Anish, come on, you could have got those elimination, but the player successfully managed to break you out from the hiding into the open area. There goes UZOD. He gets a knockdown. He is going to go forward to get another one. He does a slight bit of damage. The grenades are coming. He's also going to be taken down, and right with this, BAGH, another player, is going to be taken down. It's a knockdown still, not an elimination on the way, but oh my god, Anish, you beauty with the 1897 manages to get another one. Now the M416 6 with the 6-time spray. He's gonna change back to his shotgun. He's gonna throw that shotgun, but on the frag side, the grenade comes in from Extreme, and it's over for that team. Sakudai out of the match, and BAGH ESPORTS with 4 extra eliminations.
And that was beautiful from BAGH ESPORTS. I mean, that entire predicament, right? Having a couple players down, you there to try to protect, or at least try to revive them alongside the gunfight. It's just, again, a showcase of mastery, ladies and gentlemen. So I, for one, am really pleased with how that went. That unfortunately, we had one more team to say goodbye to. We are down 2-7, and this could not go by any slower, folks. Remember, we are far from over. We are only at stage number 6, and I know I say only because there's about a couple more stages for us to try and see who's gonna outplay each other. So 4DM right here, still not on the sides of Maha, which surprisingly, was able to survive that. I cannot say that right now. Okay, I jinxed it. I absolutely jinxed it. I'm not gonna say anything.
I mean, you didn't jinx it. Don't worry about that. But yes, it is going really, really strong for some of the teams. The way this action is actually happening, the grenade is coming, and Maha, I don't think you're gonna be able to survive. But wait a second, you still have a long way. No. The moment you're gonna get out, the sprays are gonna come. But aside from that, you're completely safe. You could have denied that elimination, but no, for Death Machine Peak manages to do the final nail in the coffin on Mo, and it's over. Another team out of the game. 6 teams total remaining, with 20 players remaining into the match, divided by these 6 teams. Some of them are complete full squad, some of them are duo, and even some of them we can definitely assume there's definitely going to be solos as well.
Man, yeah, you know what? Hold that thought. Honestly, yeah, the solo parts, that right there, we're gonna have to wait for. And speaking of solo, that still kind of baffles me. It's painful to see that Maha was unable to deny that frag. You know, just granting another team an elimination. I know that Maha, for one thing, is ready to meet his demise. Right? Just allow the play zone to take and just stop another team from getting home. But nah. It really wasn't that kind of day. Meanwhile, again, Clearless still holding that ground. Apparently, Fearless rather. Fearless still really, really solid a while ago with that couple frags. I want to see how they're playing all of this, right? I want to see how 4YLC is so composed in this situation that frag eluded us even.
I mean, that is the thing. At this point, it's the very end phases. It's the very end of phases of the game. So whatever these players are doing so far to survive, to get that elimination, it has worked. It has worked. So they can definitely take this maybe later on to the next games or something like that. But so far, it is, you can see, for Death Machines versus Team BAGH right in front of each other. The grenades that they're throwing, it's just going to waste. But now, hit Uzad, he doesn't have any more utilities to throw upon on the team. Neither does Anish, and neither does their third player. That is Extreme. So they're without any throwables, without any smoke, without any grenades, without any Molotovs. So there's no way that they can just get up, straight up move into the circle or try to get inside of that circle. But look at the mini-map. On the very southern side, there's 3 teams close to the proximity into the compounds. 1 team moves, and the rest will definitely follow into their vicinity to take that fight. 4 Death Machines, T2K, NAVE, ISSLXNRC. That's a mouthful for me as well, but 4YLC. Now they're outside of the circle, but 1 hit. This team, ladies and gentlemen, is in the circle. The only team that has a very decent position in the circle, and the only one that can hold everybody, or everyone can just take them out together.
Yeah, that's the point. I feel that BAGH really has a big target on their back moving forward, because they do have a very, very good spot to withhold. And I just want to see how this is going to be, because shade or cover in general will not come easy, especially as the circle starts approaching that 7th stage. Oh man, Anish took a big hit. Oh, and just like that, LF puts 1 more on the board. I'd say at T2K as well. My goodness. Okay, so this is where it picks up. This is exactly where it picks up, Torix. Oh my goodness. The amphibian just mashing through.
I mean, I love this. I love this. I'm loving the fact that this aggressive stances are going this good, this amazing. 4 death machines. That's the 6th elimination that they're gonna have, ladies and gentlemen, for themselves. But aside from this, aside from the 6th elimination that these guys have, there's still a lot more things to go. There's still a lot more things to witness out. As you can see, 4 death machines now getting all that loot. In the meanwhile, the stage is about to close. 1 minute more and we will have the stage number 8. 5 more teams are remaining. T2K, they're close to the proximity of some of the major teams, but one hit, I do want to see what one hit is going to do, how they're going to hold out 4 death machines or any other teams that will try to make their wins out of that circle.
Okay, and I'd say that Rules OG right here also trying to get as much benefit from that drop as he can. We know for a fact that this is definitely going to be beneficial. There's only 2 of them left here for Train to Kill, guys. So it is going to be kind of an uphill battle in the numbers game. We're going to see the top 4 a little later on. 1 more eliminated team, and it is going to go down to the wire. I am already almost certain here that 4 death machines, I'm just making a prediction that 4 death machines, if they play this steadily, they will be able to walk away with this very first winner chicken dinner. Just like that, Zoro adds 1 more to the frags, or at least close to. Let's see. That's going to be a close frag.
I mean, that is the question, if it's going to be a close frag or if he's going to be able to get any elimination, and that's what's happening, ladies and gentlemen. 4 death machines, they're fighting with not just one team at this point in time. They're fighting with the 4YLC as well. But one hit, for some reason, I can see Destro changing his location, but 4 Yonkons, a lucky cat, they're finally been taken down by the hand of T2K. With the 4 eliminations, 4 Yonkons is out. 4 death machines, now the 7th elimination, but the players are getting a lot of damage. Killmonger is down, ladies and gentlemen. It is the top 3. It is this top 3 that's happening, but wait a second. Killmonger survived with just barely that HP. Okay, he's still alive. This is a 4 versus 3 versus 2 fight that is going on. The situation is not looking good for the T2K as they're down to the very last 2 players. The players are actually pushing on. 4 death machines are closing in to the side of the T2K, trained to kill. Are they going to eliminate these players? Are they trained for this or not? This is the question now.
Yeah, apart from the gun, the gunfight, the skills that they have, I just want to see how their survival instincts kick in, because again, this is 2 versus a complete squad and one that has 3, still has 3 members, right? So, and a while ago, if you saw from our feed, they did have a good spree of frags a while ago. Oh, but this right here, T2K definitely in trouble. He still managed to take out a couple. Care of the yo, that did not just happen. That did not just happen. They're still going. They're still going. Are you seeing this? But Rules OG falls down, ladies and gentlemen. Care of Cool from 4 death machines. Now, 4 death machines. The odds are not on their favor here, Torix.
The odds are not looking into their favor. That is absolutely for sure. But still, there's a lot of things that can be done. There's a lot of things that can be accomplished. 1 hit versus 4 death machines. The grenade is going. It will connect, but whoa. Killmonger still barely managed to survive. It's a 1 versus 3. This guy stayed alive for the longest bit of time, and it is 1 hit. XLRC. That's going to have the winner chicken dinner, ladies and gentlemen, for the very first match of the PMNC South Asia Fall. This is the team. 1 hit is the name. That's gonna have the winner chicken dinner.
Folks, I did not see that coming, honestly. With 1 hit, right? The way that they were playing that, I really did not pay as close attention as I should have, because 4 death machines were really putting in a ton of work during those last few circles, right? During the last few stages. So I am baffled, and more so that I can call Train to Kill living up to their name there, Torix, with just a couple players still able to inflict massive damage among these other teams. It's crazy. And this is just our first match, folks. First.
It's just the one. That is just the start. This is just the initiation, ladies and gentlemen. We still have a long way to go. We still have 4 more days of the playoffs, 3 more days aside from this day of the playoffs, and then the 3 days of the grand finals as well. So stay here with us, because it's going to be very chaotic. The playoffs is going to be very chaotic, and after that, the grand finals, we all know everybody tries to put on a chaos facade into that stage. But aside from this, it is 1 group. I do believe so. D has played their game for the first match, and now they're gonna take a break for the next one. And if my memory serves me right, Group D had 4 Death Machines, had Train to Kill, had ABRUPT Slayers, and NEPX These were the 4 names into the Group D. So mean that Train to Kill, even though they just got a chicken dinner, they will not be able to accumulate the second one back to back.
Man, one hit though. Again, I'll say that straight up. I still cannot believe the fact that one hit was able to pull that off, and a lot of a lot of moments right there in that very final clash. Too many for me to remember, but again, the biggest standout. I know that later we're gonna see our visuals here, folks, on who those MVPs are. I have my personal MVP team, just to say so. You know, that being Train to Kill, but that's just me. Of course, all due respect to the teams that made it to the top 2, as well as the winner chicken dinner, but Train to Kill with their last couple guys. Remember, these are some of the names that you've been hearing a lot, ladies and gentlemen. So, wow. Okay, that is certified. Sorry for the word, but like that's a John Wick couple moments right there, folks.
That truly was. I mean, the amount of play that happened into this game, it was amazing. Like one hit, nobody expected this, and nobody even had the slightest of idea that okay, this team was going to do this. This team was going to pull this off. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. They did it. They did it whatsoever, and amount of elimination that happened into this complete regard. You could see the highlights, the highlighted moments, the top 4 moments, in fact, like what happened, one hit, how they managed to like get those eliminations. And there we go. These are the 4 faces that played in the game and were responsible for all of that chaos to occur. One hit it is, but how many eliminations? In fact, Pika, how many eliminations, the amount that they managed to secure into this very first match? Are they going to like skyrocket into the 20, 22, 25 number, or we're gonna stay near the 15 points?
Oh, let's see. We're gonna have to tally that very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. But this is it. This is what we got so far, ladies and gentlemen. One hit with a beautiful. Honestly, this is not bad considering the number of teams that they had. But I think the patience play really came here, Torix, with 3 eliminations for Thabs. We saw that a while ago, and Omega. So that right there is already a statement that yes, we can be ruthless, but we also have to be tactical. So I remember that I'm such a fan of how many throwables there have been in every match. So we got a total of 188 just for the first match alone, buddy. So that right there, I'm looking forward to getting those numbers up, man. Like, let's go 200 or more.
I mean, you're supposed to have like at least 200 into the Erangel or the Minamai if you're playing it up.
True.
For me, this is a very low number. This is not average number. This is a low number for me. But headshot ratio, 15 headshots into this whole match with 58 elimination. That's a big number. That's a decent number. Airdrops, 2 airdrops. There were 2 players that were unfazed of all of this lobby, and they were like, yeah, we're just gonna loot the airdrops. We're just gonna get those guns and everything. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We have the match standing. Playoffs, day 1, match 1. One hit, 15 points, 4 death machines. Even though they couldn't secure the win of a chicken dinner, that's 14 total points to their name. In fact, T2K also with 12 total points. They couldn't even secure the chicken dinner. They were on the hashtag number 3. There's a BAGH ESPORTS, 9 total elimination for YLC, 8 total points, 7 total points for the RS, 6 for the MAKPEN. There's a Sakudai with 5, 4 for the ISSLXNRC. You can see the points going down, but the next one is the Miramar, meaning A, B, C, and E will be our contenders.
Yeah, we did mention that earlier, that D will be sitting this one out, folks. But again, no rest for the wicked for teams under A, B, and C. They have to grind it out. And, you know, that's a good thing as well, because you are going to be given another shot, you know, albeit with a different map, to try to get more points, more of those juicy points. And you know what this means? We might have a repeat winner chicken dinner. We don't know, or we'll see. I don't know. Let's watch out for that. I am very, very curious. So, wow. And again, you know, you said it a while ago, 4 death machines with 14 points. They're literally 1 point behind. 1 point. Should they have taken 1 more elimination before their demise, right? Before their elimination, it would have been a good 15, tied supposedly with 1 hit.
I mean, that is the thing. 1 hit. The the gameplay that they just showed us, it's very good. That was very good. It was amazing, a great start for them at the very least. But are they going to be able to accumulate more and more points like this? The gameplay is like this into the very next match, or maybe even the rest of the matches for today, because there are 4 more matches to go on for some of the teams. Some of them are not going to be 4, maybe I think 3 matches for each group. Yeah, it's 3 matches for each group, ladies and gentlemen, for each day. But ladies and gentlemen, right now, before heading into the Miramar, where A, B, C, and E is going to play up against each other, we're going to take a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cut the Lord!
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadow Claw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Ola Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
اسمي حسين أيوب، صممت خرائط ببجي موبايل اتلعب عليها أكتر من 3 مليون مرة. كواحد ماب كريتور ممكن ناس كتير تفتكر إن أنا خريج كلية فنون أو دارس حاجة ليها علاقة بالتصميم، بس أنا في الحقيقة شخص عادي جدا خريج كلية حقوق، بس عندي شغف كبير أوي تجاه الرسم. بحب الألعاب الأونلاين، بلعب ألعاب كتير، بس موضوع ببجي جه بالظبط في 2018. ده كان وقت نزول اللعبة. ممكن ناس كتير ما تصدقش اللي هقوله، بس أنا اللي عرفني على اللعبة ده كان مديري في الشغل. فضلت العب ببجي موبايل كهوايه كجيمر عادي لحد 2023، ومن بعدها دخلت مجال التصميم.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the short break, a short highlighted segments. But yes, the amazing fact is that every team played good. But this is just the start. This is just the initiation. And with you guys who are once again here for the match number 2, this is Torix, and with me it is Pika right on my right side. Welcome back, Pika. How you been? Okay, I can't hear you. We will get that sorted out shortly. While you'll fix that, I will talk. I will keep our chat entertained. Don't worry about that. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, the teams did play really good. They initialized really good. The pace was really slow at the very start, but slowly and steadily, okay, the paces were going forward. But it is Miramar now. The thing is that this is Miramar, the match number 2, where everything is going to be resided on this, and the teams will have a very, very good chance of accommodating their initiation once again into the Miramar, into this long ranges map, where you will have the cause, the terrainy slopes, these high ranges, mountains for the teams, and only the buggies, and I think Mirados are the one that's able to access those top locations. You can't have those big cars, the 4-wheelers or the minivans to go at the top, so you will definitely have to find yourself some Mirados, the golden Mirados, meaning San Martin, Hacienda del Patron will be one of the contested areas. Maybe the Picado will also be there. Los Leones, another place that I do want to see being contested whatsoever into this match number 2, because this is just the start. I was expecting a very aggressive lobby today. I was expecting a very fight hungry lobby, but no, we did not have that. We did not have that fight hungry initiation for the teams. It was slow paced, kind of on the aggressive stances, where we did see Lipovka fight at the very initialized phase 5 minutes into the game. Then it made its way to maybe 7 minutes, 8 minutes marker, I do believe so. But another question is, for when is this match? When, at what time, at what point in time in this match we're gonna see the initiation of the fight, initialization, and how much good the execution is going to be on top of that, because you can't just have the initiation good. You have to make sure that the execution is the top notch as well. Execution is also going to a very decent one. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, like I said, it is A, B, C, and E. The Group D will be going for a short break, at least for this match, at the very least. And the teams that will be playing this match is going to be AT, AST, BAGH, RS, AKZ, One Hit. There is BLUZZ, there's MAKPEN, DRS, NEPX, HLX, Team LAFAMILIA, there's SDMZ, there's Sakudai, there's 4YLC, and last but not the least, 4K. It is these 16 names will be playing for the playoffs day number 1, match number 2. And I'm so excited to see NEPX. I'm so excited to see DRX. Yes, you are here. Welcome back, Pika.
Hey. Well, I hope everybody can hear me too. But yeah, the PUBG gods are nice. The PUBG gods are nice to me. I don't know what happened there, Torix. I was taken out of the action for a brief second. But
okay.
now we are back, folks. Yeah, and thank you for catching that. Now we're going back to Miramar. And what better place to have our match number 2 than the dry, dirty sands of Miramar? You know how strongly I feel about this map, buddy. We have seen a lot of crazy encounters here, especially during those clashes wherein there really is no shade. There are no mountains, there are no trees, there are no buildings. We've seen that happen time and time again, especially in the we talked about the San Martin. That's one. We also have the likes of the water treatment plants, which I for one is one of my favorites, right? Despite the fact that it can be a little bit stressful to watch every now and then, folks. This is the nature of Miramar. We're already seeing very, very early drops here from RS, one of the teams that really caught our attention earlier, Torek. So I can dare say that this might be a very interesting choice for them to get off this early.
I mean, that is absolutely true. Right now, we are definitely going to see some decent number of fights that might occur here, and we might not. It's Miramar. Anything is possible here, ladies and gentlemen. Anything is possible. The playing line was really good, just like the Erangel one. Every team has like a decent approach to the proximity wherever they want to go, whether it's the Picada where the Los Leones, whether it's the truck stop or the Menares Generales, Hacienda del Patron, or the San Martin area. All these factors, all these locations are accessible, right? But the main question still remains when the fight will occur, when will the action go on. But the circle is going to go to the northeastern corner, and already we can see the early fights happening. AKZ versus HLX. They don't leave esports. Beautifully done with the first initial elimination. The confirmation comes onto the way. That's the second elimination that they're going to have, but there's also one player knocked out. You have to go. You have to get that revive as soon as possible. But Ninja is also coming in close. We can see Ninja with the 1897 and Team AKZ. They're kind of not in the same compound as well.
Man, that was a nasty start for some of our teams here, folks. Look at this. AKZ already down to the last couple of members. One not looking very healthy as well. So this right here, this is gonna be a very early, or at least a very, very intriguing start here, Torix, I would say so. And you had to make that wish, DRS, there it is, granting it. Already see a little bit of a trigger pulling. Now here we go. Speaking of triggers, frag from Hidden Leaf. There's not a lot of information that I've gathered from Hidden Leaf, my guy. I've seen some of their scrims, but Hidden Leaf, they're definitely not gonna stay hidden for long. I can already tell.
I totally agree on that. They're not gonna stay hidden for too bit of time. There's definitely going to be like some initialization, some casualties that might occur into the places, and at the same time, I would love that. I would love the aggression. I would love the fight that will occur, that will absolutely happen in this area. And aside from all of these factors, all of these situations that we are seeing, La Familia is another one of the team that you can see close to the proximity of the BLUZZ esports. La Familia has one player knocked out. That is Minto. Ra 11. It's not Ra 1 this time, it's Ra 11 that's going on against the team of BLUZZ. But Minto, he's definitely going to lose his life to the BLUZZ esports. So the first elimination, going to wait for the BLUZZ esports. He's trying to make sure that the player comes out into total open where Anish can possibly shoot at this guy. So the situation might occur there. The situation might be a very casualty side, but I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing completely silence from all of these players, all of these teams, that they're not taking the fight. But there we go, Minto finally being eliminated, and going forward we will have to see what the next phase is going to be.
Man, Hidden Leaf making an impact, me too. I'm still deafened by the silence that we have right now, but this is already the start that we were waiting for, before we even started the broadcast. It is one of the most, in my opinion, is one of the fastest starts. We were still seeing some parachutes drop, at least for our playoffs when we started. It's I'd say, for lack of a better term, I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It was very violent to start with. Now, La Familia, along with DRS, right, and Hidden Leaf, these were teams that we did not see earlier. So also NEPX, right, Nepal's very own. So these were teams that are from Group E, right. Now it is gonna spell a little bit of stranger danger, whoever they encounter here, they are the new guys. Because teams A, B, and C, they've already had a brush of how each other would play from the previous game.
I mean, that is absolutely true. That is the case. That will go on, but it's a different approach of the map. This is a complete different map. That's one thing, and that will mean that whatever you had onto the match number 1, whatever statistics you actually got for yourself, they're not gonna work out. But wait a second, Toma misses the majority of the shots, but still managed to get the knockdown done at the very end. Instantly gets obliterated as well. La Familia. Whereas they took down 1, they're also going to lose one of their own players, and there's the second one down too. Anish is down. Ra11, the solo guy, now surviving into the area. He just gave out the shots that will reveal his location. And La Familia, you're not going to be able to survive this if BLUZZ decides to actually over push at you.
And Anish not looking very good as well. That knock is going to serve as bait for sure. And I'm more than aware, you know. I feel that Ra is already being told, do not come for me. The coast is definitely not clear. Speaking of an unclear coast, here we go. AKAZAYA Esports has their hands full. So we do have a Thakuru here as well, trying to stay with the backup. Okay, there goes Ninja. As we were talking about Ninja earlier, a little bit of retribution on Frag side. So here we go, and it looks like once again, Hidden Leaf Esports emerging on top.
AKZ out of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Not a single casualty to their name. HLX. This is the name with the 4 eliminations so far. Then we have BLUZZ with the 2 into this match so far. You can see the amount of aggression, the elimination that occurs. It's going good. It is going good. But DRS, with just the 1 elimination that they just got into this match, it's definitely going to be a start. Not a great one, but definitely a start. But look at the kill feed. Once again, the kill feed is still going on. The fight that occurred like a while ago, the knockdowns that were like a remaining of the team LF La Familia, they're just getting those eliminations now.
All right. True enough, you know. And Anish, we had to say it, right? Anish, that was going to be very tough to come back from. Granted, there was a knock, a lot of people patrolling the sites, and we're back on screen with one of my favorite teams personally. We have 4 YONKO Lucky Cats. So this team right here, and also Zoro had a very, very good performance earlier, I would say. I remember seeing Zoro on the feed quite memorably. So let's see if he's going to be able to make those moments happen again. If I'm going to ask real quick, Torix, like, would you say, because remember, we're not going to see retribution from Team D anymore. So, or at least not right now. Train to Kill, our third placer a while ago, was a very, very strong contender. Now having seated down, do you think that they will, or that they're gonna come back with a massive amount of I'd say momentum moving forward, because they are gonna rest, right? Would you say that them, Train to Kill, as well as 4 Death Machines, do you think they're gonna be able to perform the same way in the next game? Just a little hot seat over here, a little hot seat action.
I mean, it's just the start for the Miramar, for the very dry terrain. This is just the start, and I'm just waiting for these teams to like actually do something, start doing something. But oh my god, what is this radius? What is the small of a radius of the circle? No way! No way! 14 teams in this small of a circle, though. No way.
Man, this is a painful sight. I'm not gonna lie, man. Look at all the distance, all of this that these teams have to cover just to get to the safe zone. Now you have to make haste, ladies and gentlemen. Now they do have to step on the gas, to say the least. 4 YONKO Lucky Cats, right here, got their sights set, but disengaging. Okay, just catch the big fish later, I guess.
I mean, that is absolutely true. So far, 14 total teams, 52, and real savages. These guys, once again alive. 4-man it is, ladies and gentlemen. The team that got like, I think, 5-6 eliminations into the previous match is right now alive with a 4-man. 9 minutes into the game, not a single fight into their occurrence, going inside that circle. Once again, they are making the same kind of gestures into the very last one that they did, going in the circle at the very end sides. Meaning, there's definitely going to be maybe some teams that might wait for them at the corners to take them down, to take the fight initialize with them or not. So we will do have to see what's going to happen, but it's Real Savages, ladies and gentlemen, right now. Goat alongside of Jiggle God, Walker, and Bamba. These 4 men. But there's another team. There's another name that I am really excited to see this time around, and that is DRS. I want to see what DRS is going to do. But 4 Knights, ladies and gentlemen, into the minimap, you can see they're close to ANTEIKU. So the fight might occur, the fight might not occur. There's only these 2 phases.
Yeah, and this looks like a very subtle chase, if I can say so myself, or maybe just closing the distance a little bit. Pure aim. Right now, I'm not even so sure if he actually has any concrete information before he pushes through. Meanwhile, on the feed, we get a few eliminations here, folks. We're just gonna have to wait. This right here, again, the blue curtains, they're closing in, but they're not as Yep, pure aim. He does choose to engage. Okay, is that a giveaway? The QBZ not really very effective in that situation. Let's see. Pure aim definitely gonna go back and regroup.
I mean, the fight will definitely occur, and ooh, this is a good one. This is a good start. That's gonna happen. Natsu is here. Let's see. Himson is also into the proximity with the SLK. They're going around. There we go. The shotguns are coming. Not enough for the connections. Not enough for the elimination. That's happening. But only 2 more bullets. Natsu, you also have to push. You also have to go. The Molotov is there. The players are coming in from both directions. There's both knockdowns from each angle, and there's the confirmation. Oh my god. Both of the parties are like, both of them are getting some knockdowns, but Sakudai, they're on the verge of being eliminated, ladies and gentlemen. They're almost down to the very last guy, and if this guy, Natsu, gets eliminated, it's going to be over.
Oh, man. I also jinxed my team right here, buddy. 4YLC. Just when I was really starting to be very amused, they are down to the last man. Beepin 29. Now, okay. This is very dangerous grounds. There it goes. Pekka right there. And SKD eliminated with a good 3 frags to their name. You know, I'm not going to discredit that. Also, I'd say this is also very good for 4YLC simply because they're not tied in frags alongside Hidden Leaf. I'd say that's a very good credential to begin game number 2 with.
Oh my god. But we just witnessed the circle to be a very small one. How did it got big again? This is my question. Yeah, it is the magic of the zoom in, ladies and gentlemen. Even though if the MetaMask shows you that it's small, yes, if you zoom in, there's still a lot of places to go. There's still a lot of locations that you can actually go. But 13 total teams, ladies and gentlemen. And Real Savages once again near the ANTEIKU. The fight, come on, take the fight. I want to see this fight occur. The Mini 14 taps are going in. It's heading strong, getting a knockdown. And this time, Real Savages, come on. You have to go and take that initiative to the fight.
Man, Biambe with little bit of a trigger finger going on, and that was effective, I would say so. Mini 14, some things really just don't change, don't they, Torx? Mini 14 still all reliable, still getting the job done. Nigesh over here gets a little bit of information from these compounds, even though he is away from the play zone. Just able to tank. You know, he does have enough amount of medical supplies. BLUZZ finally on the board here. Gyro getting a bit of Hidden Leaf. Are you serious? Okay. Now this is turning out to be way more interesting. Look at our scoreboard here, ladies and gentlemen, on the right side of your screen. 4 is the magic number so far.
I mean, so far from 8 minutes, 7 minutes to 14 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, it's still 13 out of 13 teams that's still alive. But aside from this, Real Savages, come on, take the fight. Take the fight. There goes the spray. The damage is done.
There we go.
Whoa. For a second, I thought that was a M16A4 or something, but no, it is a Mini 14. The amount of shots that he actually made sure on towards the player, it was amazing. That's a knockdown, and that is the first initial elimination for the team at Real Savages.
Would that be the exclamation point? Yeah, Molotov in place. Would that be it? A while ago, we did see a really outstanding performance from RS, guys. So this might be that redemption arc. Oh, there goes Shafu, care of care of MAKPEN. So here we go. 4K once again losing a member off of the play zone. So 4K not looking really good, or I'd say that 4K right there is or at least one guy down. Back to RS, Real Savages, still taking names here, Torix, still putting on these numbers.
I mean, that is absolutely true. But I see 4 YONKOs, like solo player. There's HLX duo, there's trios of the 4K and the team SDMZs, all of these factors that are going around. With 11 total teams remaining into the match, these solo players are going to be a very difficult, in a very difficult pinch position. And at the same time, you know how all the 4 players will be pushing on in one direction. If the circle is completely out in the open, there everybody's going to try to take down those compound areas for themselves. But oh my god, DRS, ladies and gentlemen, they're doing some good damage. I almost forgot what I was saying as soon as I saw this burst shot on toward the player.
Man, and a lot of ammo to spare as well. So we got Killer YT, one of the more familiar names, guys. In case you guys haven't followed, DRS, very prominent, very strong team. So now this is the name of the game. They're playing it old school here, Torix. The way that we're seeing them, not really overextending, making sure that they stay away from dangerous visibility from the rest of the teams. Just making sure that they do get a lot of information, loot up, just literally get as much resources as they can up until the final encounters. Again, that is the nature of how PUBG really works. So I am looking forward to how these teams are going to be like a little later on. Meanwhile, 4 YLC's Beepin with 4 frags to his name alone. Hard carrying the team so far. Unfortunate to say here, Torix. I just want to see how this is going to pan out. We've seen it happen before. The sole survivor making it to the final 4, maybe even the grand finals, just with pure survival instinct.
My god, look at that. Kill feed, MAKPEN versus BAGH. Anish was the guy that is down. And 17 minutes into the game. I don't know why these teams for some days now, after the EWC, they have kind of went to a very slow approach for every one of them, whether they joined in for the EWC, whether they did not. Everyone is kind of onto the very slow pace. It's like the aggression is completely drained out of them for right now. It's going to take some time for the aggression to build up once again. But DRS, ladies and gentlemen, versus MAKPEN. The knocks are coming in as Uncle is down. So someone needs to go and get that revival done as soon as possible. But DRS, this is the time, ladies and gentlemen, for the DRS at the very least, I would say, to aggress upon these guys. There's also the BAGH esports. You can see the players low on that HP. The damage is being done. Not enough for the player to take it down, but Yeti, there we go. He is down. The sprays are still going. There's a lot of damage that can occur if just a single bullet connects.
Oh man, this is probably a very, very telegraphed rescue here on the side of Drac. Let's see how that's going to be for Yeti. That was also, again, very tragic. Now, this high ground exchange, folks, this might not turn out to be very pretty, especially on the side of MAKPEN. They were doing very well earlier. They are yet to actually put a name on the board. Now, here we go. Beepin, I think, has been compromised here, folks. He's going to get flushed out. He's going to get flushed out. Okay. Oh, no. There we go. A little bit ring around the rosy, but Beepin working with a very little fuel here. Oh, still able to get one. And that is it. The journey is over, at least for game number 2 here for 4 YLC. That was beautiful, though. I'm going to give it that, Torque. That was beautiful.
I mean, that is absolutely true. BAGH esports, they did not do good, but the other team, BLUZZ did amazing. I have to give it to them as well. The jump shots that were occurring, that were happening. HLX also getting some elimination, but MAKPEN now, Drake, one of the guy that is completely out into the open. He's being shot down. He's being shot down from the backside by none other than the DRS. And now just DRS after that. They're like, okay, we're done. We just poked our noses and now we're going to go NEPX at the same time versus BAGH. But why? Why Extreme? Why do you have a knife in your hand? I know switching to a knife is always faster than the reloading, but this is not the situation. This is not the right time to do that. NEPX domain taking down one of the players from the team BAGH esports. That's Joker, leaving the BAGH down to the last 2 with just the 1 elimination to their name. In this match, at the very least, it's not looking good for BAGH esports.
Absolutely not, unfortunately. But let's see. You know, we keep our hopes up. We did mention we've seen it happen time and time again. You know, I was also very confident that Hidden Leaf would actually keep going. But with those couple of casualties and one with I'd say deteriorating health, I'm not very sure on how they're gonna go through with the rest of the game. Meanwhile, here we go. Another couple attempts maybe on the side of BAGH Esports. Keep it steady, keep it slow. Oh man, oh man, just flushed out by MAKPEN right there. BAGH Esports.
That is
okay, still looking good. I would say brutal, buddy, brutal.
I mean, that is absolutely brutal, that's for sure. But, ooh, I saw a good amount of shots from Gyante onto the NEPX, ladies and gentlemen. But still, aside from this, we are looking at these players. We are looking at these initiations from the players, the amount of aggression that can occur, that cannot occur. MAKPEN now moving forward, taking them shots against Team NEPX, but not a single connection is coming on. He tried to look at the rock that did resemble a head. I know, I would have fooled me as well, but still, rock. Now you have to move forward. You just found a one and only first aid kit that you're gonna have for yourself. 8 meters still. You have to move inside the circle. The grenades are coming. They're flying close to the proximity, but fortunately they're not gonna reach you. You're super far away from the proximity of the fight. That only long ranges spray, long ranges angle the shots. That's the only way that you can actually gonna get taken down. But DRS versus BLUZZ official, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my god, the mini red zone that almost occurred onto the players. It was amazing. But now example, you have to go to the reload. The DBS is going to make a connection. The grenade is also going to go over there, taking one player of the team. BLUZZ Esports. Both parties has one player knocked down. Someone needs to get that revival. Someone needs to go and push. Someone needs to get those initiations, those elimination, the execution down to its minute detail to get those numbers of eliminations up for yourself. JDI, that's the grenades. It's just going to stop in midway. It's actually going to hit you yourself. Both parties going for the revive, not knowing where the other enemies are, where the opponents are situated at.
My goodness. Yeah, at this point, this is all a blur, right? This is a bit of a big scramble. Not to mention the play zone once again taking another helpless life on the side of MAKPEN this time. Or at least that's what I thought. Okay, but yeah, basically the play zone over there, it really unforgiving, you know. I cannot divulge any more there, Torix. It's stage 6. Everything's painful now. The bullets, the zone, the claustrophobia-induced conditions, right? We go back to the NPX. Skywalker falls. Oh man. Okay, so we're seeing a lot of more DRSs now, right? If you can affirm this, DRS using their wisdom, as we mentioned a while ago, Torix. We are super excited to see how they're gonna go with this, but Killer YT falls a victim. Okay, I jinxed it again.
I mean, that is true. There is that slight possible factor that you may have jinxed them, but aside from this, 9 total teams. I mean, this amount of aggression that we're gonna see, it's solely because of the play circle. There's not a single hand for us or anyone. It's all teams, it's all the circle, it's all the enemy and the nemesis of the circle at this point in time. But Cyclone, he's trying to shoot down the players, but wait a second, JDI, when did he got eliminated? Okay, he was down, he just got bled out from the play zone. So with 2 players remaining from the DRS, I kind of wanted to see some aggressive stances for the DRS, but unfortunately for these guys, it's not happening today. MAKPEN is also surviving. I don't know how in the world did this team manage to survive till the very end. Even at this point that's happening, MAKPEN is doing wonders, not only with the 4 elimination but all the 4 players remaining. BLUZZ official doing some great wonders job as well with 6 eliminations, 7th on the way, almost just got a knockdown on HLX. So with 7 eliminations without even a single casualties, this team is also going to be a very strong contender.
Oh, absolutely on fire, if I can say so myself. There goes Hidden Leaf, folks. So again, dream shattered, at least for game number 2. Let's see how they're going to do again a little later. But for now, BLUZZ really catching us off guard here with this amazing performance. Already at 8. They are a couple frags away. There's plenty of time here before they land their 2-digit score. That is insane. Not to mention the possibility of their high placement here, Torix. I am really excited. I want to see how this is gonna pan out. There goes the drop. Let's see who's gonna be brave enough to take that on Cyclone. Taken down by Venom. 4K, drawing more casualties onto the bloody score, but that we already have.
This is the bloody score. This is the bloody score. But finally, one player of MAKPEN is down. Even though I shouldn't be happy for this, I don't know why I am. Because I got to see the fight happening for them against another team. There's finally someone doing some contestations on these guys. They're finally like getting a little bit of pressure on them, because they were without a pressure nonetheless throughout this whole game. And now with the pressure, I want to see how well they can perform, how well they can like actually perform into this game. But BLUZZ official, I have to give it to these guys. Either the circle is very favorable to these guys, or they're very good with their rotations, because now we can see these guys at the very center of the circle. Aside from them, every other team you can see like SDMZ's, AEROMACY, the 4Ks, they're all of them at the northern angle. If they do move, they're definitely going to get some shots. They're definitely going to get some casualties on them, as NEPX is right now getting.
Oh man. Okay, we just lost DRS, guys, in case you missed the feed. But that right there is a minor setback. Okay, we're not being biased here, but definitely gonna want to see more DRS moving forward. MAKPEN also lost one. I think that was what I was thinking earlier. I had a fit of deja vu just then, Torix. MAKPEN really did lose one from the play zone. Interesting. Okay, I kind of find that really strange. Now here we go. AEROMACY rig taking one right out the window from SDMZ. My goodness. Okay, so SDMZ, we didn't see a lot of them, though they did have a good 3 frags onto their name. Let's see how this is going to go. Rig scouting the area. Going to be really careful. Jiggle God once again. We know that he was kind of like, I would say so, Torix, one of the MVPs from our earlier game. He's not really turning up a lot right now, but that might change. That might change. He's the last man standing for the team, by the way.
He is the last guy remaining for the game, but still, it's all up to him and the other teams on how well they can like actually hold out the premises. But MAKPEN, my eyes are on those guys in fact right now, because they're outside of the circle. They have to move in, and there's also some teams are looking at them. BLUZZ official, the team that is right now at the very top of the table, 10 elimination points to their name. They're right now looking at these guys with the shots, with the sprays connecting on them. That's 12 eliminations waiting for BLUZZ official if they manage to take down the team MAKPEN at that point in time. But BLUZZ officials, the grenade is going to go on, kill is going to be down. Oh my god, this is not looking good. But now BLUZZ official with TMG 8. Let's see if he's also going to take the fight against NEPX, or he's going to focus on the back lines where MAKPEN is residing. 11 elimination already. 11th elimination, now 12th, almost on the way. You have to get those shots. Come on, you have to get those shots connected. Go on this ridge. Get on this like first floor ridge. Take that peek against the players. You can definitely get a lot of casualties against the team NEPX if you can. The Molotov is going to go near the minivan. The sprays are going to go. The players are going to be done, and it's over in a single instance. 12 elimination for BLUZZ, but still 13th on the way as MAKPEN also gets eliminated.
Yep. And it is lucky 13 here for BLUZZ. Beautiful stuff.
Oh my
man,
God.
that was a real tough act to follow, to be honest with you, for I'd say for AST and MAKPEN, because they were trying to chase down BLUZZ so much, but to no avail at the expense of their elimination as well. Oh my goodness. Okay, Axie once again taking out Tricks. AEROMACY. Oh, okay, this is a problem. They're the next best team that we have right now, Tori. So they gotta try to take the throne away from BLUZZ.
They definitely do. They definitely have to take down the throne away from the BLUZZ eSports. But BLUZZ eSports, they're so much into the game. AEROMACY is the only other team with a full man squad that can actually potentially take a full face head-on fight. But oh my god, Agent, his location is revealed. There is caught the grenade into the proximity. He definitely did dodge that bullet. He definitely did. But now Agent is going to go forward, taking down almost Tricks. It's a low on HP, but finally jumping up from the area, from the proximity. BLUZZ official is going to take down Trix. That's a knockdown. That will be a confirmation in a short while. But the second guy is also down. Now, BLUZZ official, there is no stopping these guys. The amount of elimination that they have got, the amount of confidence that they have gained for themselves, it's a 1 versus 4 scenario. BLUZZ official is not going to wonder for anything. They're just going to charge it up, push it up for these guys, for the players, and just going to mark the end of the game number 2. It is a BLUZZ official that's going to come down with 16 elimination, ladies and gentlemen, in a short while. But wait a second, that's 2 down.
Yo.
In a single instance, this can overturn. This can overturn in a short while. Gyro sure alone that HP needs to realize TMG8 is also down. Oh my goodness, this is not looking good. 2 versus 2, and equilibrium going on the way. Okay, DBS, not a connection, and oh my goodness, AEROMACY will be that name, overturning this 2 versus 4 into their favors and getting that winner chicken dinner right under the noses of these guys.
My goodness, how the tides turned in a snap right there, Torix. We thought that BLUZZ officials are gonna come in and dominate, that they're gonna leave with their heads held high with an amazing amount of frags. But no, not if Tribe AEROMACY has something to say about it. We also know for a fact that Tribe AEROMACY is one of the teams that we've been looking out for, right? One of the common household names in the PUBG mobile scene, and there it is, proving that their reputation definitely precedes them. I am lost for words, bro. I am lost for words.
I mean, I am too. The way that they just overturned this, nobody expected that. A moment ago, they were down to the very last guy that was absolutely reviving the players. If BLUZZ official had taken that initiative, rushed up on that solo guy, there would have been no stopping them getting those 16 eliminations over them in a chicken dinner. No, but no. Tribe AEROMACY is like, not only we're gonna revive our player, but also we're gonna take that plate off the chicken straight from you towards us. It's our chicken dinner now. And oh my god, 14 elimination for the Tribe AEROMACY on top of that as well. 14 elimination, a winner chicken dinner, 24 points. Whereas the BLUZZ, even though they couldn't secure the winner chicken dinner, they're still gonna have 20 points. So meaning, out of 57 players, somewhere into the proximity, like 64 players, out of 64 players, let's just count. We take 8 out, like Tribe AEROMACY and BLUZZ. We're left with 56 players at that point in time, and out of that 56 players, both of them got 28. More than half of the lobby was taken by just these 2 teams.
That is insane. Again, we're talking about numbers earlier on, and numbers racked up in a snap, in an instant, just like that. Now here, a lot of the highlights here from the previous action, guys. Tribe AEROMACY and BLUZZ officials, definitely the 2 most powerful teams for game number 2. Look at all this. Most of the highlights will definitely include them simply because they were really playing out of their minds here, buddy. Okay, so Trix, first to fall down, and this exchange, this scuffle between these 2 teams, legendary, right? And this is it. This is where it turned into an absolute bloodbath.
Oh my god, this is where everything overturned from BLUZZ to Tribe AEROMACY. As Gyros are got down, there was a Rig and Trix together, taking 1-1 each, and AEROMACY is the name. Remember this into the game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Tribe AEROMACY will be that name. That's gonna have the winner chicken dinner of the match number 2. 5 elimination for Rig, 3 for Gyante, 3 for Trix, 3 for Delta, making it a total of 14. 24 total points with the chicken dinner intact. Damage dealt 883 for Rig, 810 for Gyante, 580 for Trix, and 456 for Delta.
You see that leap from chicken dinner to second place, that's definitely going to make a difference. So it might be a little bit of a heartbreaker right there for BLUZZ. You know, they might want to get themselves back into footing, because a heartbreak like that could be shattering for the next games. But that's just assuming, guys. Now here we go. This is exactly what we were waiting for. 212 at least throwables, you know. Now that's above average. I would say so, Torx.
Yes.
Just a little bit above.
That's just a little bit above. I'm happy as soon as I see the 200 markers being crossed. I'm just a simple guy. Straight there. But 57 eliminations out of 70 knockouts into the match. Going into the match standing, we see 24 total points for the Tribe AEROMACY, 20 for BLUZZ official, 8 for the team SDMZs, 8 for MAKPEN, RS having 7, 6 for NEPX, 4 for 4 YONKONs, with the HLX also having 4, Sakuda with the 3, 2 for 4K alongside of DRS. BAGH is gonna have 1, but AT, AKZ, and LF, LAFAMILIA, with 0. And on top of this, I just realized that in the match number 2, we're missing 1 team, meaning that even that 58 number of the teams, 64 total players, actually goes down to 60.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So it made the match a little bit easier, I would say so, or at least a little bit faster, to say the least, calculatively, but not definitely. You know, it's not gonna change the fact that they still have to gain points moving forward, and we're probably gonna see that team in the coming matches. Now here we go, Tribe AEROMACY with this amazing standing so far with 26 points. We're gonna see more of these teams a little later on, folks. So, and we're hoping for the best for those teams that are unable to rack up eliminations as well, because with this, in the 4 days, me and Torix did talk about it, you may slack off a little bit, but it might bite you in the end.
It definitely will. It definitely will. You have to make sure that the day number 1, you play it very aggressively. You test the waters in this day. You make sure that the other teams that are playing, they're facing the wrath of you at this point in time, because that's the only way to go for the match number 1. But aside from this was the match number 2, ladies and gentlemen, and so far it is amazing for the teams, for the players that's going on. But yes, the amount of placement that every one of these teams actually managed to secure right now into the overall ranking, it's good. But going into the top 5 eliminators, it is post-match number 2, BLUZZ official, with Voke having 6 elimination, 20 minutes of average survival, and 1036 of that damage dealt.
And you know, I also kept my eyes on Jiggle God. You know, he's been doing really good for the past 2 games. I want to see how that's going to turn out for matches 3 to 5. Jiggle God, I'm starting to become a fan here, Torix. I'm already starting to take notes. Right? I want to see the rest of his performances. But folks, again, that was only match number 2. We're going to be repeating these 2 maps a little later on. I believe that the 3rd map is Sandhawk, so that's going to be the breather. It's going to be neutral ground. I love that. That's one of my favorite maps ever, guys. It is one of my favorites. So hopefully we're going to see a change of complexion here for some of the teams. Remember, there will be some teams who will sit this one out moving forward. And that right there could be I'd say it could be a double-edged sword. You did say that a while ago as well, Torix, that having to sit a game down, or because it's inevitable, you do have to take a break, and that might be a chance lost. Who could tell? Who can tell that that would have been the game that you would win? But it is how the cookie crumbles. We're keeping our fingers crossed for this one, guys.
We definitely have to keep our fingers crossed, because Sandhawk will be the most intense matches, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna determine majority of the players that's gonna go for a complete aggressive approaches, the 3rd parties, the 4th parties that will occur, and also those engagements, these early engagements, because Sandhawk is going to be treated as a bonus match. Everybody's going to be elimination hungry, and I'm talking about those teams that are at the very bottom at this point in time, that are at the bottom on the overall ranking. They will definitely try to take Sandhawk for themselves, so they can once again reset themselves back into the proximity of the overall ranking, into the like page number 1 or something, so they can play the rest of the matches good. But ladies and gentlemen, before heading into the Sandhawk, we're gonna go for a very short break. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadow Claw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Ola Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
Welcome back,
Wait a
ladies and
minute.
gentlemen, to the... Hey, wait, what? It's me. It's mine. I'll take it. It's all right. We're going to be sharing this, all right? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
to the PMNC South Asia Playoffs. Now, you witnessed 2 games earlier on, folks, and that right there is only a teaser of what's to come here, because we are not even halfway done. We are approaching our 3rd game here out of 5 games in a round-robin stage. But for anything else, we'd like to introduce yourselves. Yours truly, Pika here, alongside Torix, bringing you the action. And now, the most exciting part of our day. We are going to Sandhawk, my guy.
We're going into Sandhawk, the match number next, and the match number 3 that will occur, and that will make up everything for the teams. Like, some of the teams will go very aggressive, some of the teams will not go very aggressive, but majority of them, I can say for sure that they're going to go on a very aggressive stances that nonetheless, no matter how you look at it, because that's the only way to go. That's the only conclusion to occur at this point in time, because Sandhawk is one of the map where you will not have enough space. You will not have enough breather. You will have to force yourself, whether you like it or not, to get into that engagement, get into those fights alongside of the other teams and everything. But aside from that, Sandhawk, what will it bring us? How much of a destruction is it going to bring us? And at what point in time? At what point in time will it bring it to us? Because I do want to see how aggressive, how destructive Sandhawk can be.
Yeah, it's a relatively small map compared to the two previous that we've had. Sandhawk really has a lot of vegetation, a lot of water all around it, to say the least. So there's gonna be the possibility of those encounters. Just surrounded by water. Really gonna be something very, very interesting. Not to mention, it has some of the spots that I personally like Paradise Resort. Right? Let's see if there's gonna be a bunch of people dropping in. We've seen that before, Torix, that these players, they want that loot. They want the abundance of resources, but at the cost of the other teams wanting it back. So here we go. As we told you guys earlier, one team will be sitting this one out. Or rather, sorry, one group will be sitting this one out. That includes 4 Knights, 4 YONKO Lucky Cat, SKD Esports, and SDMZ Esports.
These are the names that's on the benches, but we have our group number D back. T2K, AEROMACY, 1 hit. They are back into the action, into the Sandhawk, and oh my god. I would love to see this. I would love to see what kind of aggression that we're going to see in this match at the very least. Last match, yes, AEROMACY did manage to secure the winner chicken dinner against Team BLUZZ, but how well are they going to be able to do this in this one? If BLUZZ is going to be like overtaking them or not? And at the same time, there's also one hit, the winner chicken takers for the match number 1, the Wrangle match. And they're once here again going into the action in a short while. But Pika, my question is, now that we have successfully watched a Miramar, a Wrangle, what's your expectations for the match at number 3? Which team do you think is going to take that winner chicken dinner? I want a prediction from you.
Yeah. To me, I feel that the momentum of I feel that the momentum of one hit is gonna resume here. And the way that they performed earlier, I think that they were very confident with the roster of teams that we have here. I think that that's gonna rub off from game number 1. That game 2, just a little bit of an inhale exhale moment for them, just to get that clear mind going into Sandhawk. And we did mention, like you said earlier, folks, it's a small map. I cannot even stress that out. It's a small enough map, so you are gonna come across each other very, very soon. Of course, you're gonna be hiding. There's gonna be a lot of covert action, or probably just some reconnaissance every now and then. But it is what it is. The geography of Sandhawk is not gonna allow you to stay hidden for long. I feel that that's the case. It was completely different from Miramar, wherein sure there are some mountains, there are some cliffs that kind of push you to expose yourself, but Sandhawk, its size, it is a matter of size. There's not a lot for you to roam around. You're gonna see what we mean, guys, once we see the mini map. But the biggest question here, I'm gonna return the question back to Torix. Where do you think these teams are gonna drop?
Please, a boot camp or the Painan. These are the two places I do believe so. We will see the aggression mostly occur right at this point. But so far, what we are seeing in this regard, I think every place in Sandhawk, yes, it's accessible right now for the teams. But where are the teams going to go? It's Painan, it's Boot Camp, it's Paradise Resort. These 3 places that usually have the most amount of aggressive stances or the clash drops that happens. But I want to see if anyone goes to the Camp Alpha or the mountaintops, outskirts of the Camp Alpha near the Hotten side as well. So those places, how many teams are going to go there? Those ruin side areas, the fight that will occur into those proximities as well. But so far, nobody's in Painan. One team is in Boot Camp and only one team is in the Paradise Resort. We're not seeing that aggressive stances in Sandhawk for some reason.
Yeah, no one's gonna go greedy this time around, Torix. I like this. So they understand the consequences, the possible repercussions if you do try to go for them hot drops. I like this. This is a different take on how we expect Sandhawks to be, because we did say earlier we're already kind of looking forward to the early action. Granted that you are going to come across each other. Here we go. LaFamilia. Oh, man. Okay, probably first blood drawn here on Toma. No, not quite. Okay. Anish probably giving the information. We have ASL over there. Or rather, we got ASL. We got Joker. Oh, Jane already drawing first blood on Minto. Yep, La Familia definitely suffering already.
The suffering is happening, and this is where it's gonna begin. La Familia versus the team ASL. Minto knocked out, but Anish, you beauty, you managed to do a knockdown on towards the players. But come on, Anish, both of the players are gonna go down. This is not looking good for the La Familia. Now, Ra 11, in fact, with the DBS and alongside of the Car 98. Oh my God, he does not have a good gun for the mid-ranges fights. You have to take that aggression straight up to the face. The DBS is gonna connect, and oh my God, but the retaliation comes into the way. Minto, the final guy, without any hopes of healing, without any healing to his name, he's just trying to go from one direction to the other. The grenade is gonna come. It's gonna go. A minute over. La Familia, the first team out of the match.
Man, this was very reminiscent of how La Familia was in the previous game, right? They barely got anything done, had one elimination, but let's look forward. Maybe they did take note of this flaw. Unfortunately, though, they are out of this game, guys. So here we go. Tribe AEROMACY. Let's not forget the Tribe AEROMACY, one of the teams that we've always looked out for, snatched a win from earlier on, right?
Yeah. Whoa, what? 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 Why? My question is why? Why? Okay. I know you're riding the horse, but why jump constantly? This is another question that I want to raise. AKAZAYA, I need some answers on this. Maybe they're trying to dodge down the bullet, the sprays that might occur on them, or something like that. But aside from this, oh my God, that was completely something new for me. I'm baffled by that. But but going into the AKZ, AKAZAYA. Once again, at the moment they're gonna stop, the fights are gonna occur. And you can see AKAZAYA Esports, that's one player down. And all those horse dodges, the jumps, it's not gonna work. As soon as you're gonna stop, that's where the Tribe AEROMACY is gonna take you down. Rig also gonna take down Molly. That's a beautiful spray going on towards the players, even though you were the first one to get shot on. But Madi, come on, you got stuck by your own team member, and that is your demise.
No way this is happening. This is probably one of the most unfortunate series of events right here on the side of AKZ. Ow! Just like that. Clean sweep from Tribe AEROMACY to AKZ. Very sad start right there. Man, okay, I don't want to be the devil's advocate like I said, but Tribe AEROMACY did that while wiping their hands clean. Looking really good. Look at that. 4 eliminations in a matter of minutes. We haven't even gone halfway through stage 1. But let's see. AKZ, we'll see you guys later. Meanwhile, again, there's not a lot for us to actually divulge here. Look at who's on top of the hill. We have one hit, I think, setting their sights on another team here. We remember that one hit caught us off guard earlier, Torek, so they kind of, yeah, look at that. Look at the scouting of where they are. They're probably trying to see if there's going to be an innocent soul who peeks out one of these buildings, one of these vicinities. And I would say that one hit will be ready for when that happens. But RS here has their hands full against HLX. Never mind, I'm going to say that the other way around. Ninja has his hands full. Got to be super careful here. 3 of the teammates down. That is it. Cleaned up house immediately. And there goes HLX, buddy.
Oh my God. That's another team out. That's 2 down. 3 down, in fact. AKZ, La Familia, and HLX. Now we're down to 13 and only 5 minutes have passed. 6 minutes have passed. So, in general, 2, in fact, 1 per 2 minute, 1 team per 2 minute have eliminated. But 4 death machines versus AT, ANTEIKU. The fight will occur, but in the meanwhile, ooh, KYT, this could have been detrimental. Your car just got stuck, and you were like, oh, that's just a stuck. But example, he manages to get a knockdown from a different angle. Now the ENRC's location is kind of revealed. If the DRS wants to, they can actually push forward. They can actually go and get that initialization and those eliminations done upon on the players. But Cyclones alongside of DRS, come on, utilize those utilities that you have, the throwables that you can actually throw go on the team, get those eliminations for yourself. Susti, he is still in the front lines near the rock, not making any kind of moves, even for the revive. I don't know why this guy's not going for the revive, but there we go. Susti with the DBS. Now his location is finally revealed. Cyclone is also going to come from the back angle. The grenade is finally being cooked. He's going to throw it up, maybe towards the Cyclone. If it's going to hit, it's going to do a decent amount of damage. It's a knockdown straight up, and the revive will come, ladies and gentlemen. The revive will occur, but exactly, he has a great angle. He can take a mini down from that position that he is on at and give a good angle, good like initiation to the rest of his player. That is a Killer YT to come from the bottom line.
Yeah, man. I think that was a wasted opportunity, I would say so, but let's see. Hopefully, a little later on, we get to rectify these mistakes. Now, DRS. Oh, no example. Taken down by Susti again. Ran straight to a DBS. Man, okay, not looking good for DRS here. One more player, one last chance at this, and that's Killer YT. Again, embedded in his name is the word killer, so let's see if there's going to be a little bit of certainty here with that frag against Mini. Probably so. Still maybe, just maybe, waiting for the rest of NRC to try and pick up Mini over here. Okay, smartly, Susti gets a vehicle. Let's see. Okay, probably information disseminated. Look at Killer YT. He's trying to find the right spot here. Oh, man, okay. Just grazed him by a little bit there, Torix.
Oh my god, he is grazing him little by little. He definitely had the knockdown into the area, but Susti, he is going to throw some utilities onto the player as well, but Molotov, he's like, okay, you're not coming forward. You're staying there for right now, but Doom, he's going to get out of the car. Now, this situation is not looking good, but the NEPX from the back angle as the third party is coming, but Doom is finally going to take DRSs down. It's over for the DRS, the teams that are at the very bottom, HLX, AKZ, DRS, LF, with 1, 2, up until 5 total points in game. They're done and dusted, but oh my god, NEPX, you beauty, with the spray managing to take down one player of the VENRC once again. That's the second elimination that you're waiting for to occur, but Susti is in the front lines, and at this point in time, Susti gets eliminated. That will be all it for the team ISSLXNRC at that point in time. But Codeine, he couldn't survive, and it's over for the player as well. Another team eliminated out of this match.
Yeah, you know, I'll give us some credit here. We did predict that there's going to be a lot of interactions, right? There's going to be so much clashes going on very early, and we're only at stage 2 rather, with 11 teams. A while ago, it didn't look this bloody. It didn't look this violent. It did not come down to this amount of teams or players at all. I find this really intriguing. So Mini, I feel that Mini really tried to stand strong, but again, the odds really not in the favor. Meanwhile, ASL forced the magic number. We got Gangsta over here just trying to gather a little bit of intel, but I'd say left with nothing.
Oh my god. No. Come on. This is not looking good. And now Claw, the last guy. Come on, do something. Get that revive on Rex. He's very low. You have to either push, you have to either lose your player, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to lose their player. But Claw, now cooking a grenade. He's going to throw at Jiggle God. Nobody's going to get hit. Nobody's even going to get the slightest of damage as the players are not even over there in the proximity. Now Claw, you're just going to leave the premises. I know you're going to do. You're definitely going to disengage from the fight. You're going to try to do that, but real savages. That's the thing. Even the last few matches, like the 2 matches that they have accumulated, a total of 19 points, including this one with a 5-point in this match. So meaning the amount of aggression that they have, at least in this match, it's really high. They're ready to take those action, the fights for themselves. So whatever you're doing at this point, getting into the fight like this as a solo player and the scattered player, it's not a good idea.
Yeah, you know, sometimes animosity might speak for itself, but and it might actually swerve away from logic, right? But let's see. Let's see how NEPX will handle this. I have faith because you saw how many opportunities there were to go in, but no, just trying to keep it slow, keep it patient. Remember, you gotta let go of the little fish to catch the big fish later. So let's see who that big fish will be. Meanwhile, AST standing strong on top with 4 eliminations already. A little bit of damage, actually hardly any damage for one of their guys. Still staying here. Okay, now let's span somewhere else. Oh my goodness, BAGH Esports. Little bit of an encounter here with 4 death machines. This is what we were talking about, man. 4 death machines. They're back in the fray. BAGH Esports. Let's see who's gonna emerge on top here. And wow, okay, are we getting a potential paradise resort here, buddy? I think that's the case.
I would love to. I would love that. Some paradise contestation going around. Please, the circle. I need another shift towards that area, towards the paradise resort for the teams to like actually occur and take the fight over there. But aside from this, 11 total teams are remaining with 34 players remaining into the match for Death Machines. Cool 77 is in the front lines. He is there. He is looking at the players, but the amount of survivability that these teams are showing, it's good, it's decent, and I want to see in how much time this survivability is going to go completely towards the aggressive ability. But there we go, Joko YT is going to get Aditya down. It's a knock, it's a confirmation, and 4 Death Machine is going to go down to the 3 Death Machines now.
Yeah, I like that. And Killmonger, again, down to his knees. Let's see. They were doing really well earlier too. I remember this. I remember this very clearly. Now let's see. Joker YT probably found his footing. Not for that throw though. Oh, not for that. No. Nice. Oh, no, not for that throw. That was not really the prettiest one. But okay. Let's see. Anish, along with Joker, I think they're definitely relaying information here that he sees 2 players.
It's over.
Yep. There it is. Very well thrown nade. Taking out Peak from 4 death machines. Oh, look at that. Peak. Just taken out by BAGH. Put him out of his misery.
Another one down, and 4 Death Machines goes down to the last guy. But I do love the BAGH Esports on this one. I do love the aggression that these guys just pulled up.
I agree.
With the amount of eliminations now, 3 in total, with the 2 men still remaining. They're on the hashtag number 7. You have to be into the hashtag number 16 till the very end to make sure that you survive and go to the grand final. This is just the start. This is just the first day of action. So even if you're not performing too good, even if you're performing just on the average side, you're still good to go. I believe so. You're still good to go even on that. But now the situation is gonna change. The situation is gonna get more intense. And it is gonna intensify from this point onward, because it's the stage number 3 that's gonna close in 1 minute, and we already know the radius is super small. 11 teams cannot get in this radius. They cannot for sure survive safely, soundly in this small of a circle.
Oh yeah, I absolutely believe so. It's going to be very crowded, to say the least. This is not the type of circle you'd want to be in with all these players, with all these teams. Not to mention, we have very limited ground for you to actually to traverse. To be honest here. Now let's see. Real Savages, the GOAT himself, with 3 eliminations already. Remember, Real Savages already showed us how ruthless they can be, how really aggressive they can be. I'm just gonna wait and see. Remember, I am keeping my eyes on Jiggle God. So, but that's just me. That is just me. Okay, here we go. This is what we were talking about. This place is not big enough for all of us. Someone has to give. Susti, a while ago, he was doing really good. Susti with those couple eliminations, really proving to be very valuable. Gotta heal up a little bit. High ground, not his buddy here, Torix.
It definitely is not his buddy at this point in time. NAVEISSLXNRC. Oh my god, that's a very mouthful. But Susti manages to get that shotgun straight up onto the face.
What was that,
and
dude?
Destro gets a knockdown. It's a finisher right there and then. It's a knockdown, a confirmation, and as a solo player, this team is doing wonders, ladies and gentlemen. Total of 8 eliminations, a total of 8 total points to this team name. It's a great start, but now, from this point onward, you have to be very precise on what you're doing, because look at the circle. It's going tap mock, it's going the Paradise Resort, and the VENRC. It's definitely going to go for the fight, and there we go. They're no longer into the fight. As Susti gets eliminated, it's over for these guys.
It is. But you know, that's that even with that being a wrap, I'd say Susti did all that he could in the situation. I like that. Now, meanwhile, Also, to clarify, we believe that MAKPEN is one of the teams right here, folks, that really is showing up. It just so happens that there are going to be some situations that they might not be able to wiggle out of. In case you guys in the comment section are wondering, oh no, MAKPEN, we have full faith, as we do with all of these teams. Speaking of faith, BLUZZ right there. We saw this. We saw this happen earlier, Torix. BLUZZ is going to come in with a huge surprise if you turn your back on him. If you so much as blink on the opposite direction, BLUZZ will definitely give you something to worry about.
Oh, they definitely will. They definitely will give you something to worry about. But MAKPEN, alongside of AEROMACY, oh my God, this is going to be insane. This is going to be a very hardening factor. There we go. Delta location has been revealed. The player is going to go definitely for the fight, for that aggressive approach. But will he be able to get some eliminations or any elimination number whatsoever? But coming from a different angle is going to take down Precious, and there we go. Delta being taken down. Precious also being taken down, and AEROMACY once again, even in this match, they're not backing off from the fight. In fact, they're taking the fight to their name. Domain is in the back lines of the compound, but he's finally inside the compound now, going back out, jumping out. Oh my God, this guy, he just chased all around the compound, went in, got out, went back, got into the car, just went out of this placement.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much going on, to be honest. I'm going to leave it at that. Meanwhile, MAKPEN, they have to make use of who they have. We have Drak here. Okay, so Drak, I know that the backup may not be abundant here for him. You got to be super careful. Trained to kill. Let's not forget these guys, as the namesake. They were able to pull through with just 2 guys remaining earlier, Torix, if you can recall. So this right here, getting good amount of numbers on their side, will definitely prove to be even more dangerous. Right, 4 death machines. Last one is cool. I hope he does keep his cool, you know. I mean, all pun intended, because being the last man standing with a single compound to work with, not really a good sign. Here we go. Rules OG taking out Drak from MAKPEN. Now, like I said, guys, I have faith in all of these teams. Now, here we go. A little bit of survival attempt here. Yeah, this is going to be very tough to call here. But, you know, the numbers, it's not really swerving towards MAKPEN's side.
Oh my God, MAKPEN, but no, the solo guy couldn't survive, and MAKPEN, with that, it's an elimination to these players, to these guys. Now moving forward, it is 4 death machines, another one of the names with zero total players are remaining into the areas. Come on, zero like location. You don't have anywhere to go. The moment you're gonna get out, you're instantly gonna be spotted down. But AKAZAYA, another one of the players from T2K, is looking at the team RS, is looking at the players, and Skywalker into the meanwhile versus one hit is also happening. One hit, the team that got the win over the Chicaner into the mat number 1 is right now coming in headstrong with the fight. 4 death machines from the backside against the team T2K. There is no hope. I don't believe that they're gonna be able to do a 1 versus 3, 1 versus 2 here, and that's exactly it is. Elimination of the 4 death machines. 19 total points to these guys' names. A really decent start, but at the end they couldn't hold on.
Oh man, yeah, very unfortunate there. Valiant effort to say the least. Now here we go. BAGH Esports again faltering. Another team to bite the dust. Trained to kill right here. Now slowly moving up in ranks. Let's not forget this. Trained to kill, guys. Another household name. But BLUZZ officials slowly picking up just every tiny bit of damage that they can do. BLUZZ officials just trying to capitalize on it. Oh, man. Clean nade right there. Oh, I could not have seen a more picture-perfect throw.
I mean, I would love that. I'm loving this. I am loving the amount of elimination, the aggression these guys are showing at this point in time. And there is no other way like that it's happening. You can see the Tetra 7 goat at this particular location, trying to figure out the placements on what he's doing, what's going on with this guy. But BLUZZ official, oh my God, that's 1 down from one hit. Esports 3 eliminations, and they joined with the 3-man standing at this match.
And this is amazing. This is amazing. You see how far up one hit is, and with one person down, that is not an easy feat. Okay, here we go. A31 is trying to peek through the top balcony here. I'm pretty sure he already has an advantage from that over-the-shoulder perspective, but I don't think, this is not the right time to engage. That M416 will definitely come in handy, but his line of sight definitely not favored. Okay. Well, okay. It's taken out by Goat over here from RS. Now, BLUZZ officials, they don't have the perks of numbers here anymore, buddy. Was that friendly fire?
I think that was, and oh my god, this is not looking good. Oh, yes! Another team, another name, ladies and gentlemen, that has been eliminated. 4 teams are remaining. AEROMACY, BLUZZ, 1 hit, and NEPX. BLUZZ official, they were so close to the chicken dinner. AEROMACY, they got the chicken dinner. And now, with 32 total points, they are at the very top of the leaderboard. Then we have 1 hit esports, ladies and gentlemen. The players that got the winner chicken dinner into the match number 1. And with 5 more points in this match, they're going to have a total of 20 points. We're just waiting for the match to end. It's a 1 versus 1 versus 2 versus 3 situation. Looking at this, AEROMACY has the highest probability of securing the winner chicken dinner. But we all know that anything is possible at this point in time. Just like BLUZZ just got BLUZZed out of that winner chicken dinner by the AEROMACY. AEROMACY can also be BLUZZed out by the team BLUZZ.
Can never tell, man. And remember, 1 hit. They gave us a shocker earlier with that conclusion to our very first game. And should there be any medical supplies here for 1 hit, then that'll be okay. Then they're oh, never mind. Axie eliminating 1 hit. I am so sorry, 1 hit. I jinxed that completely. But now we are down to our last 3 teams. Numbers-wise, definitely going with AEROMACY on this one. But BLUZZ, right? I know they're hungry. I know they don't want the same predicament to happen again. They're dipping into the action. Axie, oh man. But that is it for BLUZZ, folks. Okay. So far, so good. Or no, never mind. I was gonna say that BLUZZ might have a chance at this, but there goes 1 hit. Last 2 teams.
Oh my god, no!
What?
No way! He just got a knockdown with the grenade. The second one is about to heal himself back to 75% HP, but the second grenade is gonna go. The confirmations are coming into the way, and oh my god, it is 1 versus 1. He's gonna almost take that one over the chicken dinner. The Molotov is there. The fire is gonna be on fire, but he healed himself. He's on the thrown down situation. He is completely flashed out. Every utility that TMG8 had, he threw it away on towards the players. But let's see what's going to happen from this point onward. What's going to go? 1 more grenade, 1 more chance, 1 victory. Can you do it? The answer is yes. He manages to do rig down, but still not enough. Still not enough to get that second one out of the misery.
Man, he actually missed that Molotov by just a little bit. It could have been it. Here we go. Giante trying to put the finishing touches here on TMG8. Is this going to be an overextension? Just a few shots in. He's bringing out the S12K. 1 graze. Literally 1 graze. And that could be it. And AEROMACY might walk away with this one. Yes!
There we go.
They do. AEROMACY with their second beautiful winner chicken dinner. Torix, this is amazing.
I love it. I love this. AEROMACY, BLUZZ, once again, the same contenders that took the fight into the previous match. They are once here again into the very end tussle, getting that winner chicken. And AEROMACY was the still one victorious guys to get those winner chicken dinner for themselves. So back to back, that's 2 winner chicken dinner for the AEROMACY. Amazingly done. I have to give it to these guys. Amazingly done by these players. But aside from this, BLUZZ, I have to give it to these guys. Even though they couldn't get the winner chicken dinner, getting number 2 back to back, it's still a very amazing job done.
You know, I can already predict it. This is going to turn out to be quite personal moving forward, Torix, between these 2 teams. AEROMACY snagging it away from BLUZZ again. But you know what? It is one of those. It's those fights that you want to look out for in the coming matches. It doesn't have to be today, but there might be some lore, some history cooking here, folks. Now, AEROMACY, the first team right now in the playoffs to actually score their couple back-to-backs. Now, that right there, if that doesn't spell a target, if that does not make them the apex, then I don't know what will.
Oh my god, it's going to be so intense. It's going to be such a great game from now on as we will move to our second phase of the Erangel and the Miramar Oh, I would love that. I would love that. But yeah, so we will see some of the highlighted moments once again for this match as well. A decent number of gameplay that actually occurred into the playoffs, into the very first day of the playoffs. It's amazing. But still, we do have to see after this how much of a difference this team, AEROMACY, has actually got for themselves into the overall ranking. How much of a difference between number 1, number 2, and from number 2 onward, as a BLUZZ official has been coming close to the proximity of the number 2, so it's a back-to-back. How much of a difference do they have against the other team?
That's true, because determining these gaps will allow you to actually calculate how much you need moving forward, right, and how secured you can be. And you know, looking back at these highlights, right, BLUZZ was playing so well. They also took out one hit quite masterfully, if I can say so. Now TMG8, this is the man of the game for me, I will tell you that. Holding his own against Gyante with very little resources. You know, I know he tried his best to actually heal as much as possible here, but again, too much firepower. That S12K really gonna come in handy in the close quarter combat, especially in this. Already in the line of sight, bam! That's all she wrote for TMG8. I loved it. I loved it. So again, AEROMACY, there's a huge reason, guys. That is one testament as to why they are one of the most recognized teams here on the playoffs.
They are definitely like the one and only with the best points in the match number 3, ladies and gentlemen. But moving on. It is AEROMACY's rig, 4 total eliminations, 685, 3 eliminations for Gyante, Delta with the 1, and Fricks with the 0. It's 1-3-4 and a total of 8 points to these guys' names.
Man, okay. So I can no longer say this is just the beginning, at least for our day here, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to our final rotation of Erangel and Miramar. So I don't know, were the lessons learned? Were the mistakes acknowledged? Let's see. I am really I'd say ecstatic to see how this is gonna pan out a little later on. Meanwhile, I just want to give a very quick, a very thorough recognition to One Hit. Let's not forget, they were so close again, placing at number 3 with the last man standing. And look at this, Sandhawk being as small as it is, we don't expect any amount of throwables to go beyond maybe 150, maybe not above 200. It is a small map, so I think that. But you know, I will retract my statement there real quick, Torx, because TMG8 really let those rip.
They definitely did, but oh my god. 109 throwable. That's the only thing that I'm looking at right now. Sandhawk having 109 throwable. Nobody expected that. But going into the match standing, ladies and gentlemen, this is the match standing for the match number 3. It is AEROMACY, 18 total points. BLUZZ, 16 total points. A very decent game from BLUZZ official. I have to give it to these guys with the amount of elimination that these guys had. Oh, imagine if they had the winner chicken dinner. That could have been like a very big boy one. 22, 24 maybe at the very point in time. But going on to the NEPX, they have 10 total points. 9 for the team One Hit. 9, in fact, for the team RS. That's 7 for the T2K. 5 for BAGH. 5 for 4 Death Machines. ISSLNRC with the 5 alongside of 4, 1, 1, 1, and 0, 0, 0. Throughout the rest of this team divided. But overall standing, post match number 3, we're officially done with the halfway point of the day number 1. In fact, more than halfway of the day number 1. And after this, it's AEROMACY on the very top, 44 total points, 36 for the BLUZZ official. That's 8 points of a difference going around from number 1 to number 2. Then we have 12 points of a difference. One Hit, they have 26 there. But going on to the second page, we do go down to 888, 543310. ANTEIKU is the only team amongst all of these players right now in the overall 20 teams to not secure a single point.
Yeah, for the time being, this is still very dangerous grounds for ANTEIKU, right? I know we can be positive about it, but trying to get at least 1 on the board or at least a few digits on the board, that could be a little bit of a morale boost, to say so. Now, YONKO with 11 eliminations, my guy. That is unheard of. Insane for a starter right here for YONKO. Now, we're not going to discount everybody else. We have Rig, Gyante, Domain, and Tamang over there with their own respective decent and I would say commendable frags for just match number 3. Well done, boys.
I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing the way this match just ended. The way AEROMACY and BLUZZ were the final contenders once again, back-to-back, Miramar to Sanhok. And from Sanhok, I don't know if they're going to actually do the same thing into the Erangel, or even if they are playing or not. I kind of want to see the schedule now, because which team, which group is missing from the next phase, the next Erangel? This is my question. If my memory serves me right, we first were not playing with the group E, then D got into the safe side, then C, and if my memory serves me right, now it's going to be group B. That will not
B will
be
be
playing,
sitting
if I'm correct. Yeah, B
Yes, you
will
are.
be sitting this one out. That means that MAKPEN, BLUZZ official will not be playing. AKAZAYA and RLX. These are the 4 names that will not be playing the next match, ladies and gentlemen. They will be going on a break, as we are also heading over to our short break. Do not go anywhere. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe to the channel as well, and we will see you after this short one.
price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
It's gonna cost a lot.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. If you're ready to fight for our future, form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive Buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadow Claw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Ola Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
Three down, two to go, ladies and gentlemen, here at the PMNC South Asia 2025 Fall Playoffs. You're still with me, Pika, joined by Torix, and we just witnessed the one and only Sandhawk we have for our day. And it did not disappoint, didn't it?
It did not. It did not. I loved that from the very start to the very end. It was amazing. It was amazing down to the very last detail of AEROMACY and BLUZZ official going head-to-head again once more into the very final moment, where now, this time, BLUZZ official will not be joining into the match, so AEROMACY, I don't know if you're going to be able to take that 1v1 fight against them, against your competitors that you were constantly doing into the previous two matches. But yes, who else? Who else will be joining us? It's a Group A, Group C, Group D, ladies and gentlemen, and the Group number E as well. So these are the four groups that will be joining us for the match number 4 and the second last match of the final, in fact, the first day of the action of the playoffs. This is ANTEIKU, AEROMACY, BAGH, Real Savages, 4 Knights, 4 YONKO and Lucky Cats, Sakura, SDMZs, T2K, ISSLXNRC, ABRUPT Slayers, 4 Death Machines, LAFAMILIA, all those names like Hidden Leaf, NEPX, and even DRS. I don't know what's happening to the DRS's performance, because they are used to so much aggressive stances, and right now, seeing them into the previous 3 matches, I'm not seeing that aggression from them.
Yeah, maybe it is going to take a little bit before the engine starts to really warm up, you know.
Yeah.
We are still on day 1, and DRS has been in this position many times before, just to say so. They've been through playoffs, they've been through group stages, they've been to finals, I would say. So they know what it's like. So we put our faith in DRS. You know, one other heartbreaker for me, or at least one downer, is the fact that I'm not gonna see one hit on screen again for Erangel. So they were the ones who won the first Erangel. So if this is not a twofer for them, they're not gonna do it again. At least not on the same map. Yeah. So hopefully, you know, in the next rotation, one hit. And I'm a fan of one hit already, buddy. It's already starting to show. Hopefully they get to do that again.
I mean, I would love that too. I would love that too, for them to take the final match to their own name. First, they started with the Erangel aggression, right? Now, I want to see them end this game, end today's game, with the Miramars domination. So we will have, in fact, 2 winner-winner chicken dinners from AEROMACY, 2 winner-winner chicken dinners from the team one hit at that point in time. But also, it's also one of the few things that if that's the situation, then there's going to be a lot of diversity tomorrow. There's going to be not too much chances for some of the teams at that point in time, because we do need We need that different teams of winner chicken dinners to keep the competition alive between all of these numbers, to not make the too much of a difference between one team and the second team into the point structures, so that there is no hope for them to even make a comeback. But yes, it is the second last. A, C, D, and E is going to be our match number. For a second, the production had me. For a second, I thought we were going into the match.
That's the tease right there. But this is also the last match for Team A. That is a very important thing to note here, folks, because Team A is finally getting back to the garage after this. They get to stretch their legs, just relax a little bit. But as we mentioned, these are all the teams facing forward. You can check them out yourself. You can look at the screens. We're seeing the return of ANTEIKU, hopefully Tribe AEROMACY. For what it's worth, if they go for a three-peat, this is gonna be an insane start for this team. BAGH is here. We have 4K, 4YLC, one of my most I'd say interesting teams. We have NEPX, Nepal's very own. We got DRS once again, probably out for redemption this time, Torix.
Oh, that is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. But we're about to head into our match number 4, ladies and gentlemen. 5 seconds, 3, 2, 1, and the plane will be on our screen now, going from the very top of this Wrangel map all the way down to the Nova Upnoi. So it's Zarki area all the way down to the Nova Upnoi. Amazingly distributed between one end to another one. But wait a second, that's starting from Georgia Pool. For a second, I thought that was starting from Zarki.
Yeah, actually, you're right. Well, not too far off there, buddy. You were technically correct. If you think about it, Zarki would have been the real starting off point. But Georgia Pole, man, this is the short flight path, if we can say so ourselves. So, ending, of course, at military base. This is going to be a very crucial decision for whichever team would land. Of course, that's Sosnovka. As I mentioned, Novo. You called that out properly, man. I'd say Novo would be a very interesting point. Drop-off point, final point, just to add to all of that. But right now, SDMZ not wasting any time. It looks like they are headed for Zarki, man. Look at this.
Ooh, wait a second. I was not expecting any team to go to the Zarki, at least today.
Yeah.
At least today. Tomorrow, the day after, yeah, I was expecting some of the teams to maybe drop there. But today, at the first day, Zarki, I think that's too much. Too much for some of the teams to like go there. But whatever helps you, you do it. You know, you know your team better than us and how you want to play it up. But the circle is going to be a real pain for you guys at this point in time. You have to make sure that from this point onward, you are going to get some decent number of placements for yourself, because the position is completely onto the eastern side. Lipovka, Milta Power, the Yuzna mentioned prison, all those areas that the eastern corner, they're in the circle. Even Novorupnoi's corner, in fact, not Novorupnoi, okay, the bridge of the Novorupnoi, it's in the circle as well. So even if the teams loot the Novorupnoi, they can wait out at the very end of the bridge to, okay, next circle and the next circle. That's when they're going to move, where nobody's going to be holding that Novorupnoi bridge from the other end.
Yeah, you're right, because for most of the teams, it's going to be a very tough call to try and cross no man's land, right? Because the Novo bridge can be well scouted from top to bottom. So that right there, it's gonna be super duper intense. Should one team be able to post up and not let anybody cross untouched? Okay, back to the action. DRS here. So we did mention a lot, guys, that DRS they seem to have not found their proper tempo yet for the past how many games. It may not have been as smooth of a sail, but we put our faith in DRS, as most of you will really do the same.
We're putting our efforts, we're putting our faith into DRS. But ANTEIKU, why again in this match that these guys are down to 3-man already, joining with the 3-man?
Yeah.
Where is the 4th man of these guys? This is my first question right now. I want to know where the players are, because this is not the way to go. Joining this crucial of the games, where the $10,000 is at stake, on the line, and you're joining with 3 players at the very first day. This is a very big setback for these guys, and I think this is one of the also reason that ANTEIKU has not been able to like secure some points for themselves. I can still see them at 0 into the overall.
Yeah, manpower, right? Like that's definitely the name of the game. You gotta have as much people with you as much as possible. I understand your frustration. I personally also feel that that's gonna put them at a huge deficit. Now here we go. NEPX once again, Nepal's very own here. One of the 12 teams, man. One of the 12 teams from Nepal. Just I'm pretty sure there's a lot of noise back there. There's a lot of crowd noises roaring up from where they're watching for this team, among others. We're not even limiting to just them alone, just the entirety of Nepal.
That is absolutely true. But still, this is the first stage, and it's about to close down after the 4 minutes marker. Still 4 minutes into the game, where the circle will close and shift towards the second stage of the game. So, with 63 players into the lobby, 4 Death Machine is a team that is close to the proximity of 4K. The fight can occur, right? Venom, you can see him at the gas station, near the gas station. He can shoot at the players of the 4 Death Machines. The spray can go, the sprays can occur, but also 4 Death Machines, they are pushing onto this guy. There is no hope for Venom at this point in time. Venom is completely surrounded by all the 4 directions. There is no way that he can go at one direction to the other one. He has a PB Bison in hand. The backside, he's gonna go. He's finally kicked him Aditya. Wait a second, he can go prone, he can take down the player, but oh my god, almost, but Killmonger came in with the clutch, got a knockdown, and instantly with the confirmation as well. But Aditya, he needs to be healed, he needs to be revived. Cool, you have to use the SRK, getting another one out of the equation. That's a 4K going down in 4K.
That is, oh man, that was something else, man. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. Now this matches between the fours is looking to be quite intense. Oh man. But at the end of it all, 4K being the very first team given the boot for match number 4. That was also really scary a while ago for Killmonger, right? I will say that. That was really scary, the situation he was in. So here we go. Going back to Tribe AEROMACY's perspective. Oh, they found 4 Death Machines. Look at that. Rig scavenging off of what was a really crazy crime scene there. Killmonger down to his knees.
It's over. 4K out. But Tribe AEROMACY making their way as a cool. Ouch. That's an ouchie right there. Rig is taking down the players with a rig right there and then. But 3 eliminations in total for these guys at this early stage on. This is a good start, I have to say, for the team Tribe AEROMACY. They took down some of the 4 Death Machines players, and also on top of that, you can see one of the players from the 4K that also got eliminated from the Tribe AEROMACY at that point in time. But VENRC versus Kudai, alongside of Into the Proximity, what is going on? Himson gets eliminated. That's a Kudai down to the very last guy, and Pika with that elimination. Okay, that was a knockdown that got finished off. I want to see where the last guy is situated at, what he's doing, where he's going, and he is under the bridge. He's not under the water, but he is under the bridge, and he is in dire need of help. He is in dire need of help, ladies and gentlemen. The backstab, front stab, everything's happening, and Rat gets eliminated. Sakudai out of the match, with another team being out. That's just 2 teams.
And empty-handed, I might add, at least for this match, man. This is turning out to be a lot more intense compared to our first game. Now here we go. Hey, 4YLC as usual. You know, they for some reason they give me such a nice warm feel whenever I check them out. I'm starting to be a fan. Okay, so yeah, getting back to what you were mentioning earlier, that it's just a crazy exchange from both these teams, right? And SKD having to suffer very early on. It is something that I want to see resolved, right? If we're going to be very subjective here, look at this. Tribe AEROMACY already has there it is. Tribe AEROMACY already has a decent amount of frags, man, very early on. This is what we were talking about. This team is not pulling any punches, I would say. With 4 eliminations this early on, Giante is I'd say he's going to try to catch up to the rest of the boys.
He is trying to catch up with the rest of the teams, but ooh, wait a minute, come on, and there we go.
Oh,
Bambi, Dada, he managed to take down 2, but at the same time, he also is down now. The circle is going to go shift toward the north. Oh my god, that's a very hard and northern shift, ladies and gentlemen, and this is not looking good for majority of the teams. But like, look at the ferry piers. I can see 3 teams going over there for 4 YLCs there. There's also Real Savages in the proximity. ISSLXNRC is also into the proximity. Lucifer gets an elimination. Jiggle God is down. Double Tetra 7 God. He's gonna go into the warehouse. He might see Punk. He might see Yonko's Lucky Cat Punk. If he does, that's a straight up shot. But Skywalker has been spotted. The spray is gonna go down. The player is gonna be down. And right with this, Skywalker, he didn't get eliminated by the spray of the 4 Yonko. He got eliminated. He got knocked out by the play circle. So still, even if you don't get that elimination, you're not going to be able to secure it up for yourself.
Yeah, man. And speaking of play zone, it was Doom who also fell as a casualty to the Blue Grim Reaper. So I'd say we're getting a lot of those. We're getting a decent amount of these play zone denials. Okay, here we go. For YLC. Finally trying to dip in on the action, but not getting any visual here is Beepin. I remember the Beepin also tried to survive a long time a while ago, but let's see how that's going to pan out. Meanwhile, Punk. This is what we were talking about earlier. Punk had a little bit of vision. He had some shots, right? But still unable to close anything out. Not successfully at the very least. RS still within the sights. We saw what happened to Skywalker. Okay, let's see. Oh wow. Okay, what is this plan going? Being cooked right now. I am confused. Jiggle God already gone.
Skywalker. Good thing is that this guy got revived. This guy got revived at one point in time.
Yeah.
So there's still hope for the teams. For Yonko's Lucky Cats, at that point in time, they're still outside of the circle waiting for the team. In fact, this team, to move forward, get in the circle where they're going to cash them up. So that is one of the things that we will have to see if it's going to occur or not. But aside from this, you can see for the machines at the Yuzna Poliana just chilling out there with the 2 players at their arsenal. They were the first one to aggress upon on a team that was 4K, but couldn't secure all the elimination. Instead, they gave out 2 of those eliminations towards the team AEROMACY at one point in time. But going on to the ISSXNRC, it is Skywalker versus Lucifer. Both grenades are gonna go, but Sukti is gonna nade himself. Wait a minute, what is going on?
Oh man, okay. I am just as confused as you. Okay, here we go. Wow, okay. RS getting a... No way this is happening right now. Yo. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Lucifer just doing a lot of the nasty work here. Oh man, okay. I gotta see this. Is he gonna go for a 3 here? Remember, he does not have... he only has 1, rather. He only has 1 medkit. Now, this is gonna hold long enough. But remember, we still have a little bit, just some non-significant-ish damage here from the blue zone. Let's see how this is gonna go. RS has their hands
nade.
full, supposedly. Beautiful nade. Is there information? Okay, Lucifer landing some shots. Yo! What a try. There we go. Biambe.
Good try, but now you're also down to the last guy, Real Savages. This is not good. This is not good. This is nuts. Now you're down to the last guy and you have to move in the circle. The circle is already too small and there's no placement for you to actually hold down the positions as well. This is not looking good from whatever perspective you're looking at. But La Familia versus Team ASL, you can see them take the fight. AEROMACY versus also DRS. Also happening. DRS losing their player. JDI is down and dusted right there and then. But aside from that, La Familia, this is another team. Tama, Minto, these 2 guys coming to revive Ra 11. So Ra 11, he definitely will be revived by the hand of Tama, but so you still need some casualties, you still need some eliminations, because your team is right now struggling at the very bottom, second last placement, 15 with 1 elimination, 1 total point.
Man, okay, really rough start, I would say so for La Familia right here, buddy. But again, we believe we know what they're capable of, or at least we think we know what they're capable of, guys. So if you are a fan of La Familia Esports, just send them some love in the comments. We'd love to read them. We would like to see how you guys support your favorite team. They need your energy balls now more than ever. Meanwhile, we also saw some tragic frags made out of La Familia. So hopefully that amount of luck does get reverted here. It does switch. Look at that. Not even a lot of ammo to go around. Meanwhile, for YONKO Lucky Cat, yours truly still a fan. No interactions whatsoever, or at least not a lot. Zoro did take a certain amount of damage. You know, they are still, I would say this, they are still intact, even though without any frags, even though they're still at 0. I think they're just trying to weather out the storm here. It is pretty early with stage 3.
Oh my god. Stage number 3 on this small of a radius? Come on. Come on. Oh my god, this is absolutely chaos. But ABRUPT player Jane receiving the damage from left, right, center, everywhere. And AEROMACY is the one responsible for those elimination, for those damages that's occurring onto these guys. AEROMACY, you're getting those 5th elimination for yourself without even losing a single player. But Gangsta from the team ABRUPT players alongside of Chari are the only 2 players alive in the proximity. There is more players into the area, but this is Yasnaya Poliana, ladies and gentlemen. Even though you have like this small of a city, this city for yourself, you can actually hold at least 5, 6, 7 teams, a maximum in the city whatsoever.
Yeah, you know, a lot can happen, right? Like there's bound to be action here one way or the other. Look at this. We got a couple different teams here, and I'd say we have a third one right over the horizon. I just want to see how that's going to pan out later. Here we go. AKAZAYA getting his hands on Fearless. And ANTEIKU, as we mentioned, still zilch with nothing to put on the board, unfortunately, here. Torix, let's hope for the best for the last match, at least for the day.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, DRS already having lost one guy. They're staying steady, not really overextending. Now BAGH. You know, I don't know how to feel about the performances of BAGH, because again, they're doing okay, and then sometimes it just blows out of proportion. Now hold that thought, guys. RS Real Savage is out. They were originally number 2, but now they are out with 4 eliminations.
4 eliminations going for these guys, but getting eliminated. Real Savages, this was not a good game for you guys. This was not a good game because not securing any placement points is going to like not help. It's actually going to like put you in a lot of difficult positions, because if 4 Death Machines now manages to secure the top 3 placement, they're instantly going to overtake you. They're going to come on the number 2. You're going to go into the number 3. There's also T2K with 19 total points in total, and they have yet to take any fight, meaning 1 elimination, like 1 complete team annihilation, 2nd team annihilation will instantly mean that they're also going to be onto the number 2. The diversity is super, like the distance between the number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, it's not too much. It's super small. With just 1 match, it can be either a make or break for you guys. So you have to be really precise on what you are doing, what you are going to do. But so far, NEPX on our screen, ladies and gentlemen, and you can see them. You can see them just rolling around into this area, the corner side of this safe zone area where AEROMACY, if they do move forward towards the city side, AEROMACY will be looking at them, and they might be shooting at these guys.
They are. You know, they could be putting themselves in harm's way. So let's see. Let's see if they're able to try and wiggle out within the line of fire for the time being. So NEPX just keeping steady, as we were talking about earlier, just making sure that this is how Erangel is played. Like, for the most part, we've seen this happen time and time again. They're just gonna try to allow the other teams to go at it, no matter how many teasing clashes there could be. You know, oh, I'm hearing gunfire over there. I might as well go give myself a little bit of a shot. But no, NEPX alongside the rest of the teams, they're just trying to keep their cool. You know, just keep it simple. Now, I want to go out of script here a little bit, Torix. Now, would you say that this time around, because we've already seen Train to Kill, we've already seen Tribe AEROMACY, even 1 hit from earlier. If there's a dark horse, like, or if there's going to be a surprise here, who would you think it would be? Who do you think it will be, rather? Just a shocker.
I mean,
right on top of your head.
I mean, NEPX, I'm not saying how they are doing like into the mediocre places, into the mid. They usually do really good. And because of this, I kind of want to choose them as the dark horses at this point in time, the Dark Knights. Moving on forward because they're on the number 6, 17 points in 3-4 matches. It's not good. It's not good. And even right now, even in this match, in the top 11, they only managed to secure one total point, one elimination for themselves. So there's already a lot of diversity going around this area. The situation is going really bad for a majority of the teams. Even DRS, they are struggling. That's the thing. This is such an intense lobby that even DRS is struggling right now. But then again, it is DRS. The first day is always never good for these guys. They always start playing really good. They're always perfect game from the day number 2 or the day number 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see, and we'll have to see how they're gonna do in the succeeding days and matches. You know, we'll never know. What if this is their match to win, guys? But we're just taking our shots here. Here we go. AST putting their names on the board. We also have Hidden Leaf putting in the work. There go, just like that. Just like that. We were just talking about it. You know, I think I caught you there. I think I caught you there, Torx. I think I made you jinx. NEPX. Oh my god. What happened?
Ooh.
I wish we got the feed for that though.
I'm as confused as you are, but ladies and gentlemen, this is PUBG. This is PUBG, ladies and gentlemen, for YONKO's Lucky Cat. They're right now struggling a lot as one player is being revived. Zoro is being revived by Fearless. And there we go, the revive is done, but you're outside of the circle. And there is the team, there is the complete BAGH Esports just holding down the premises. You have to heal yourself, you have to go forward. As soon as the player gets out, there goes the sprays, but wait a second, Fearless. You just took your own teammate over there, why? Why would you do that? Why could you not get him in the car? Get him into the passenger seat and just yoink out of here, just like you did right now. Get out of there together with your team member instead of just staying alone into the safe angle.
No.
But at the same time, the moment he's going to get out of the car, he's going to be eliminated by the hand of the team LAFAMILIA. LAFAMILIA is the one responsible for that elimination. They're going to have 2 eliminations in this match at the very least. But at the same time, T2K Igneous, wait a second, T2K is also receiving the damages, the knockouts. BAGH Esports is also in the very a situation where things are not looking good for them as well.
Man, I am still caught at that moment. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna watch out for the rest of these teams. Right now, Tribe AEROMACY, yep. Okay, gotta be super careful. Look at this, trigger discipline on the side of Delta. Man, what the heck happened to NEPX? I am still there. I am still there. I'm gonna tell you that straight up. But for YLC, you said so yourself. They could have yoinked out of there. They could have bolted properly. I would say so, but nah, just went straight into enemy fire. Not really the best choice, I would say. But let's see. Again, I'm trying to be positive here. Oh man, that got fragged good. Hidden Leaf. You gotta push yourself together here, Frag. That was painful.
That was absolutely painful. I agree. But still, this is still the second last match. You still have one more match to go after this one. So even if this one doesn't work, maybe the next one will work. But not for the Group A. This is the last match for the Group number A, ladies and gentlemen. So play very good Group A, because this is your only chance of the day number 1 to do something to get into the point structure, into the overall ranking somewhere into the first shot. But LAFAMILIA, once again, they are close to BAGH Esports as BAGH Esports rushed up into the compound, and this is going to be a very insane. I kind of want to see this whole city from a drone view, up from the eagle view, to see what we are dealing with, what location, what actual compounds every team is situated at. So I would love that. Like, the amount of colors that we're gonna see from the very top, it's going to bring so much joy to my eyes.
Oh, I bet. I mean, even looking at the minimap right now, we're seeing I'd say a little bit of a scrambled perspective here, guys, because there's colors everywhere. And as much colors, there's a lot of blood everywhere, guys, here. Care of Hidden Leaf. There we go. Frag. Beautiful timing and beautiful peak. I would say Frag doing really good work here. Unfortunately, I know that he does have to stay hidden. All pun intended here. Granted, he only has one healing resource. I'd be super cautious. And yeah, you know, having a drone's perspective would be super, super nice, at least from where we're at right now, because this is a bit of a cluster on stage for stage number 6. Train to kill. Okay, information. Information. Train to kill being hunted down by Rig.
Oh, this was good spray. AEROMACY versus T2K, ladies and gentlemen. This is what it is. And AEROMACY, they're like, okay, we're not gonna look at the players close to our proximity. We're actually gonna look at the team that is very further away from us. We're gonna shoot at them. We're gonna do a lot of damage at them, and then we're gonna change our directions once again. But DRS now close to the proximity of SDMZs. BAGH ESPORTS into the proximity of the team LAFAMILIA at one point in time. So there's definitely the fights that will occur, that will come into the place. But going in, Killer YT, he's wasting his grenades. I feel like he's wasting his grenades at this point in time. If he throws it on the top of this building where Agent is situated at, he might actually be able to get an elimination. But Agent location, as it got revealed, he threw a grenade and oh my goodness, Killer YT.
Oh no.
Barely surviving.
I like this rooftop battle here, supposedly from SDMZ and DRS, right? So I think Killer is more than aware that his position is compromised. Okay, so definitely needs to make something happen. Just gotta switch it up a little bit. I like this. I like this is the deafening silence. You know, this is the kind of silence that scares us, because later, this is it is definitely the calm before the storm. It is gonna rain lead here, folks. Look at that. ASL just a little shy of the blue zone. Let's see how they're gonna put up with this, because ASL only has 2 players remaining, as well as 4 death machines. Right, the only 2 teams, by the way, with 2 remaining players. So they know for a fact that they're surrounded by stacks of squads. Right, this has to be played very intelligently, at least on the side of ASL.
I mean, that is absolutely true. Every single team, I'd say they have to play it really, really on the precision side, because one wrong move in this kind of a lobby, in this kind of a situation, will instantly mean an obliteration of your team. AEROMACY just got a knockdown onto the team HLX, so that is a start from the side of the fight that we're gonna expect from the teams, from the players at this point in time. But I also want to see what kind of the placement that they can get, because it's still top 9. It's still top 9 teams. Anyone who gets eliminated here will not be receiving even a single point for themselves. They will not be receiving a single point. They will be receiving not any point whatsoever for themselves. So be very careful on what you're going to do, whatever you're going to do from this point onward. Going on to the AEROMACY, they're also into the back lines. The only teams that right now that I'm seeing is the fact that the middle side, the very mid of the circle, that's the only safe spot that you're going to have for a slight bit of time, for just maybe this circle. As soon as stage number 8 is going to occur, oh, you can forget everyone trying to save themselves. They're definitely going to go kill hungry.
Absolutely. You know, that is what I'm afraid of, in a bittersweet way. You know, I've been saying that word quite a bit here, because we know for a fact that the smaller the circle gets, the closer to the conclusion you are. The problem is the threats get bigger. We know this already. So I don't know, man. Well, with Killer YT abandoning the rooftop earlier on, it's I don't know if that was the wisest move, because look at this. Look at these compounds. They are filled to the brim with players from all teams, from the 9 teams that we have here. You said so yourself. They don't want to exit without a single point, without a single placement point, and not even a frag to go with it. And that's already asking for a lot, right?
I mean, right now, I'm loving this. I kind of want to see it from above all the way. The teams, the players on the position that they have situated themselves into. But there we go. BAGH ESPORTS versus DRS. The fight started, and this is the chain reaction that we all have been waiting for. From one fight, we're going to continue into the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, everything that's going to occur here. We will see what's going to happen and how it's going to occur into the situation. But at this point in time, Pika, it's SDM going forward, getting those grenades onto themselves, so be very careful on whatever you're gonna do.
And so far, no gunfire has ensued yet, right? It's a lot of nades, a lot of throwables. You know, just do not reveal positions. Okay, never mind. There we go. RAA11 taking out one from ASL. Okay, so the teams are slowly falling down like flies here. One player at a time. We're not going to be able to keep track of this as accurately as we would want to. But right here, folks, a lot of action ensuing already. 4 death machines still standing their ground with a couple of players left. Peak. Okay. Obi-Wan from SDMZ also getting into the mix. Taking out Killer YT. My goodness. But SDMZ, just like that, is the next team to be eliminated.
Yes, that is absolutely true. At this point, we're down to the top 7 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh. And at the same time, I do love the fact that Tribe AEROMACY, they're going to have their 8 elimination right there and then. Look at this. Look at this predicament that we're seeing. Everybody is going to haywire as Tribe AEROMACY. They're just chilling out here with the 3-man, getting 8 eliminations. And I see them in a really decent compound, in a really decent position. Whereas T2K, they're also pushing forward. Now, DRS, they're going to go forward to the team LAFAMILIA. So we do have to see what's going to happen.
Unfortunately, though, Playzone taking another innocent life. ASL is out of there, guys. All right, DRS still fighting back. With the second highest frags, second highest amount of frags and eliminations or eliminations in this particular game. So right now, okay, train to kill, care of Slayer. Okay, that was really ironic. The play on words there. We got Slayer taken out. Train to kill. Got another player out of the equation here. Tribe AEROMACY, though, being flushed out of their compound. Supposedly, if that works, then they might lose their numbers to Hidden Leaf here.
Oh my god.
Okay.
But what?
LAFAMILIA, though. LAFAMILIA.
No, come on, DRS, they're doing good, Again, LAFAMILIA, the grenades are going, they're doing the damage, but wait a second, no, wait, hey, Master Zerdy from the third party, from the back angle, come on, what is going on here? Everybody's going haywire. That's a 9th elimination for the Tribe AEROMACY. T2K is down to 2 eliminations, but at the same time, BAGH ESPORTS has finally been eliminated. T2K is still alive. Tribe AEROMACY taking the fight against the team T2K. That's one down. Igneous on his knees, and oh no, Tribe AEROMACY pushing on. We're Hidden Leaf. They're also coming in close.
That's what we were talking about, man. Hidden Leaf might actually take this if they manage to take down one solid member from Tribe AEROMACY. Now, Train to Kill, folks, eliminated, leaving it down to our 2-time winner chicken dinner and Hidden Leaf. I did make a subtle prediction earlier that Hidden Leaf might not stay hidden for long. All pun intended. So let's see. Giante on the rooftop. We got good positioning from the rest of Tribe AEROMACY here, and a lot of smoke all over the place, but the Blue Grim Reaper here. This is going to be really painful. Oh boy.
Ooh, no.
Dude, are they gonna do it?
What?
Are they gonna go? Are they doing it? Are we 3-peating? No. Nah, dude. Okay, I'm holding my breath. It is a 1-on-1.
Oh
are they
my god, they did it!
Yo, Hidden Leaf Esports stops the momentum just like that here at Erangel, taking our 4th winner chicken dinner. That is unbelievable.
Oh my god.
I'm about to pull out my hair, dude.
This is the 3rd time that I'm seeing this kind of action, okay? We saw this in the Miramar, where Tribe AEROMACY versus BLUZZ ESPORTS were doing this. BLUZZ ESPORTS were so close to getting that chicken dinner, and then Tribe AEROMACY came into the play. Took them down, got the winner chicken dinner for themselves, and now, after one match, even in Sanok that actually happened, BLUZZ official, Tribe AEROMACY, they were once again together, and still the Tribe AEROMACY managed to secure the winner chicken dinner for themselves at that point in time where the grenades were going, grenades were bombarding on towards the players. They were almost getting eliminated, but now, here, Team Hidden Leaf. Oh my god, they did the same thing, but with a different name, with a different team. And oh my god, what is going on here? This PMNC is absolutely insane, Pika.
It is, man. Like I said earlier, I'm about to yank off whatever remaining hair I have with me simply because of how insane that last exchange was. We thought the Tribe AEROMACY was gonna go for a 3-peat, people. Imagine that. They were gonna go for a 3-peat. And it wasn't easy because they were down to the last players standing and in a very tough spot. I know you remember what it looks like in your head here, Torix, because that corner, that exchange, this right here, this is no man's land, right? This is definitely a now or never moment for anybody. But Hidden Leaf, guys, Hidden Leaf Esports, just putting a stop, okay, an abrupt halt to the momentum of Tribe AEROMACY. Congratulations, this team just walked out with their amazing and well-earned winner chicken dinner.
They just yanked everybody out. I love this. I love this. Going into the 10 elimination marker, 20 total points into the game. That's a very, very amazing jump that these guys have for themselves. But it's definitely going to help them, whereas going over to the top of the overall rankings, somewhere into the top charts, still there's a lot of work that needs to be done. There's a lot of things still needed to be done by these players, so there's still like one more match to occur. I don't know if these guys are gonna play it. I think they are gonna play this final match as well, if my memory serves me right. They're gonna be into the Group B, and in fact Group C, and Group A is the one that's not gonna play. But going into the match summary, ladies and gentlemen, 72. There we go. That's the number. That's the number that we have all been trying to achieve. That I've been trying to look out for. 272 of the throwables going around. But going into the match standing 20-16. I have to give it to Tribe AEROMACY, even though no chicken dinner, still a very decent number of points.
And look at that, because they managed to get the bigger percentage off of their points through eliminations, not necessarily through placements, right? So that means the Tribe AEROMACY was doing a lot of the handiwork. They were doing a lot of the shooting or anything that's frag related, just to get that 10 points alongside the good 6. But 10, perfect 10 for HLX. So congratulations. That was, again, I feel so alive just seeing how Hidden Leaf Esports is now on the 5th spot simply because of that one great performance.
I'm loving this. I am loving this very, very much. But 60 for the Tribe AEROMACY. 24 points of a difference against a BLUZZ official number 1 and number 2. That's 24 points of a difference. Then we have Real Savages, 27, 26 for another team. But going into the second chart, going from the very bottom, ANTEIKU still not getting a single point for themselves even after playing the 4 matches. AKAZAYA, 3, 4 for the 4 Knights. There's 8 for the Sakura, 8 for the LAFAMILIA, 9 for the SDMZs, 11 for ABRUPT and DRS, 14 for MAKPEN, and ISSLXNRC with 15.
Man, and there's a huge smile on my face right now, seeing how the complexion is kind of changing, you know, with where we are. Nice. I mean, I am just trying to be as positive as I can here in the best way possible, you know, because again, these teams are really letting really letting the audience have the best out of them. Now here we go, Rig with self-eliminations, a dozen on our first day. It's just something else. We're gonna look at the rest of these fraggers, folks, by the end of the day and see who's the most consistent. Remember, this is just the beginning of our playoffs. A lot can change, a lot can stay. So we are very, very excited to see how the epic conclusion to day number 1 will be.
Only one more match remaining. Only one more game. And Group number A, they are done with their day. Group B, C, D, and E, get ready for it, because you are about to head into the Miramar match. But before heading over to the Miramar match, everybody's going to take a 5-minute short break, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
اسمي حسين أيوب، صممت خرائط في ببجي موبايل اتلعب عليها أكتر من 3 مليون مرة. كواحد ماب كريتور ممكن ناس كتير تفتكر إن أنا خريج كلية فنون أو دارس حاجة ليها علاقة بالتصميم، بس أنا في الحقيقة شخص عادي جدا خريج كلية حقوق، بس عندي شغف كبير قوي تجاه الرسم. بحب الألعاب الأونلاين، بلعب ألعاب كتير، بس موضوع ببجي جه بالظبط في 2018. ده كان وقت نزول اللعبة. ممكن ناس كتير ما تصدقش اللي هقوله، بس أنا اللي عرفني على اللعبة ده كان مديري في الشغل. فضلت العب ببجي موبايل كهوايه كجيمر عادي لحد 2023، ومن بعدها دخلت مجال التصميم. انا كنت وما زلت واخد الموضوع كهوايه، ما كنتش اعرف ان ببجي بتعمل مسابقات للمصممين وان في جوائز وان الموضوع كبير قوي كده. في 2023 بالاخص اكتشفت ان انا اقدر اقدم ان انا ابقى مصمم. انا عموما صممت خرائط كتير في ببجي اتلعب عليها اكتر كتوتالي 3,700,000. الخريطه اللي عندي اللي مشهوره قوي اللي هي اسكيب اوف ذا سبمارين، هي اللي خدت ترافيك جامد الفتره اللي فاتت اول ما عملتها، ودي كنت عملتها داخل غواصة في المحيط، وهي كانت على هيئة بازلز كده اللاعبين يلعبوها. وممكن مفهوم الواو داخل ببجي موبايل ده غير فكرة اللعب داخل ببجي موبايل نفسها بسبب الأفكار الجديدة اللي المصممين بيطبقوها. أولا مود واو بيسمح لي إن أنا أصمم أي حاجة أنا حاببها، أي حاجة تيجي في بالي داخل مساحة معينة ببجي موبايل بتوفرها. خليني شايف إن هم واخدين الموضوع بشكل جدي واحترافي شوية. طبعا الموضوع محمس جدا، وأنت كمصمم تقدر يبقى ليك عائد مادي منه ممتاز، وتقدر توصله إن هو يبقى احترافي، خصوصا في وجود مسابقات وجوائز كتير ببجي بتقدمها باستمرار. انا اول ما بدات ما كنتش اعرف ان في مسابقات ولا في جوائز ولا الكلام ده كله. انا كنت داخل بدافع حب للي انا بعمله، والموضوع مشي معايا وده خلاني مرتبط بشغل تاني جنب شغل. بس لو ده شغفك كمل وراه، اكيد هيبقى ليه مرضى. زي ما قلت قبل كده ان العائد المادي بالنسبه للمصممين كويس جدا، وانت مش شرط تبقى فرد لوحدك عشان تكسب. يعني في مسابقات اتعمل مسابقه قبل كده جماعيه، والجائزه بتتقسم على كل التيم اللي شارك في المسابقه دي. بنصح اي مصمم جديد ان هو يستمر ما يزهقش. الموضوع عايز حد حابب التصميم شويه، لان الموضوع يطلب منه جهد وقت كبير مقابل كل
price of freedom is high.
Sorry. This line needs more drama, more tragedy. It needs...
The price of freedom is high, but it's a price I'm willing to pay.
Get the airdrop! Charge!
Sorry.
This is not the end. Retreat! Retreat? How disappointing.
That's gonna cut the Lord.
Excellent work.
I am Optimus Prime. You're ready to fight for our future. Form up on me.
You are a fool, Optimus. You are either with me or against me. I am Megatron, leader of the Decepticons.
This ends now, Megatron. One shall stand, one shall fall.
New Tiger Buddy and 3 Buddy sets available now. Calling Tiger Buddy to battle. New Tiger Buddy arrives on the battleground in all its glory. Exclusive buddy outfit included. Show off your unique battle flair with a stylish look. There's more. Cute weapon finishes, epic helmets, and backpacks await you. Sign up for the home face-off now. Join the event for a chance to get the mythic Shadow Claw Buddy set. Buddy coins received from the Ola Buddy Lucky Spin don't expire. They can be used in the next Ola Buddy event. Collect the Fierce Tiger Buddy now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here with our final match of the day, number 1, the match number 5. With you guys at Storix and with me, it is none other than the one and only Pika Pika. Welcome back, and it has been a delight. The 4 matches, they were very intense.
It's an understatement as well, you know, if I can say so myself. Intense does not wrap up the emotions, guys. The feeling that we've been getting through our first 4 matches. And this is 4 days. We're going to be going through this for 4 days. Imagine what can happen until then. But I'd say the most remarkable moment that we have so far is that Hidden Leaf, man. Hidden Leaf was able to stop the momentum, again, that we were talking about, of Tribe AEROMACY from getting a third potential winner chicken dinner. One shot would have made Tribe AEROMACY gain their third winner chicken dinner, and Hidden Leaf was just a few steps ahead.
They definitely were, but now Hidden Leaf, they're definitely going to play once again for this match as well. There's AKAZAYA, One Hit, BLUZZ, MAKPEN, 4K, 4YLC, Sakura. There's SDMZ, REORS, NEPX, all these names. Only the group B will not be playing, ladies and gentlemen. But we are about to head over to our Miramar match in a short while. 5, 4. And with this, the plane line will come. I really hope this time plane line is kind of into a very corner of the area, going from one corner to another corner. Do not bisect the middle, please.
And you know, the fact again that Tribe AEROMACY is actually gonna I see what you're getting at here. Okay, so to be honest, I'm not really too keen on how the flight path is gonna be, because we know that the action will just be as intense as we would say. So I'm really just more concerned of who it is going to be, because Tribe AEROMACY, as we mentioned, Group A is out of the picture, ladies and gentlemen. They are no longer going to be in the running for winner chicken dinner. And you know what that means? As we did say, Tribe AEROMACY is out of there. RS, or Real Savages, ANTEIKU, and BAGH Esports along with them. Meanwhile, looking back at our screen right now, we got a bit of a commotion, a bit of a jump over here, headed to Chumacera, I would say. Pecado also going to be real populated in just a jiff. So what do you think? There goes DRS, Torix. Look at where they're headed. I think they're going to go San Martin at the bare minimum.
I do want this circle to be a very, very destructive one. Please go to the Puerto Paraíso. Please go to the water side. I want these teams to take those cars and go straight to the other island. But no! Not even that.
Nah.
Circle is going to go to the northern side. Come on. Oasis, Torre Ahumada. And majority of the circle, almost 85% of the circle is in the safe zone area. You can have the circle, you can have the play zone area for yourself. Only the 20%, 15% area, that's like out of bound. So La Cobreria, Torre Ahumada, Tierra Bronca, the El Azhar, all the areas on the top sides, the crater fields, and the southern side, I do see close to the Picado area, the San Martin area, the Hacienda del Patron, in fact, they're also in the circle right now.
And I'm gonna voice out a little bit of my frustration. I've always wanted like a Minas Generales. I wanted the mines to be the last stop usually when a circle happens. But let's see. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be close. But yeah, for sure we're gonna be. Or if I'm assuming anything, if the circle does go southways, then maybe, just maybe, we're gonna get a graveyard finish. I don't know. It could be poetic, but that's just us being being wishful. Meanwhile, AKAZAYA Esports, we didn't see a lot of them. Not a lot of I'd say not a lot of airtime on the side of AKAZAYA or AKAZAYA Esports, if I'm reading that right. But we are back to probably witness another miracle play, I presume, from one hit. That's just me, dude. I am just being hopeful here.
I mean, being hopeful is a good thing. But do I see SDMZ not joining with all the 4 players? Yes, we are seeing SDMZs not joining with the full man squad, but AKAZAYA versus the team that just got a winner chicken dinner a while ago. Wait, no, that was not the same team. HLX is a different team. They're not the same team that got... This is HLX, ladies and gentlemen. 5 eliminations, 5 total points in total so far, and they kind of did put up a good fight. Whereas Takuru, now he needs to heal himself, got the first aid kit from his team member, but 2 versus 2 split. This is not looking good. Whereas the HLX is completely 4-man together, 3-man at the very least together. It is going to be a really difficult situation where if AKAZAYA gets rushed upon, they're not going to be able to defend themselves maybe.
Yeah, definitely. The positioning of HLX there was remarkable. So they gotta be, they know where to be. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Instant start here from one hit. Never mind. LaFamilia Esports. I'll go back to my point. One hit, just right off the bat, going in like barrels hot. AKAZAYA, okay, we're gonna be staying in this in this standoff for quite a bit, I feel. AKAZAYA, I don't think they want to initiate very fast. Look at this one hit though, just impaling the oppositions.
That's exactly what they're doing. But we also have to see what's going to occur here, what's going to happen, because so far, I am looking at this situation where it might go good, it might not go good for the players, for the teams. AKAZAYA, they're finally deciding to push themselves, but Maha getting a knockdown alongside of Takuru, and Mahade, in fact, the solo guy now that's remaining into the proximity of this match. HLX, they're not gonna stop. They are actually gonna push forward, gonna get those eliminations, and so far it is 0 elimination. So if Mahade managed to even secure 1 elimination against this team, he misses the shots, the crucial shots, the gyro messes up, and it's over. Ladies and gentlemen, AKAZAYA, the team to be freshly eliminated out of this match is this name.
We'll see you tomorrow for sure, AKAZAYA. So yeah, end of the road for today. You gotta regroup for sure. Gotta take note. Let's see how that's gonna go tomorrow. Now for day number 2, I'm pretty sure that there were lessons learned here. If we're gonna be really positive, but I am super I'd say astonished with how Hidden Leaf still has that that fire burning. After a very good game number 4, Liquid from HLX, I believe, also had a knife frag earlier on. I'm gonna look back at that. So really good stuff. Now this right here, this was the shocker to us. Remember what happened? We were literally just talking about NEPX, right? And then all of a sudden, bam! The entire team got obliterated. So I'm like, what? What happened there? As you said, PUBG, sir. It is PUBG. It is the nature of PUBG.
It is the nature of PUBG, and that's exactly what you're gonna see, what you're gonna all of those areas, and in fact you will feel the PUBG going through at this point in time, because the intensity is super high, the intensity is super too much for some of the teams, and it's going to be too exciting for the other teams. But aside from that, talking about the team Sakura so far, they are looking at the team, they are shooting at them, but not a single connection, neither on the car nor on the player. Pika on top of the mountain, he's not going to be able to like make any kind of connections, good connections upon on the team, but now he's going to get stuck. He's going to get stuck, I can tell you he's going to get stuck. But nope, I'm wrong once again. He is definitely going to get out. He's just going to chill out and move to his team member, because the way he jumped out from the mountain, I was sure his buggy's going to get stuck midway between the two mountains.
Yeah, you know, I like my mountains. You know, I thought for a second you called me there, but of course, SKD's Pika over here, just cruising. You know, you gotta find your sweet spot. Now MAKPEN, MAKPEN is not doing very badly, I would say, in terms of points, right, for the time being. But I'd say that this does not guarantee that they will stay in that position. Who knows what could happen? Again, we're not talking smack about MAKPEN here, folks. We're just spitting facts. The fact that MAKPEN, also one of the teams that we really recognize from previous tournaments. This is what we're trying to say here. This is how stacked the playoffs is, isn't it, Torix?
This is in fact stacked playoffs. And every single team is trying their level best. Every single thing. Yes, every single one of them to do the very best. But I'm not sure why. LaFamilia, DRS, these are still the names. Even AKAZAYA alongside of 4K. The bottom line teams with less than 10 points. I have to call out to these guys that somewhere in this proximity, you have played 3 matches, even if we don't like take this one, right? So 3 matches that the teams have played somewhere to the proximity. So even with those 3 matches that you guys have played, you're still struggling to like even secure 10 total points for yourself, and that is a very very bad thing, meaning you're somehow securing 2, maximum 1.5 point each game, whereas 1 point in one, 2 points in the other one, kind of like that into the scenario. You're barely even close to the 10 points marker, and this is not how it's gonna work. If this stays continued, if this thing continues for the next day as well, for the day number 2, then you can like leave any hope of getting into the top 16, or if the threshold is kind of really high from there.
That's right. You know, if it's too much to catch up on, then it becomes a problem, right? So sometimes small problems, they start off small, but if you leave them unattended, then yeah, it definitely is going to be an arduous task. Now, a while ago, while you were speaking, I just saw that SDMZ got one member of SDMZ got taken out by the safe zone. Now that is really peculiar, considering we are only at stage number 2. So there definitely was some damage dealt for that to happen, right? Meanwhile, going back to HLX, I think they are once again on a hot streak here. I saw a little bit of an encounter here against 4 Knights. I'm just not really very sure. Okay, yeah, that was Height or Haiti, I think, if I'm reading that correctly from SDMZ. Pardon me, guys. But so far, we're looking at 1 hit, taking the fight to 4K. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, come on for 1 hit. A nice job on this thing. A good game, good placement. This guy did really good. But now it's about time for the rest of the teams to like try to do something, try to start something, in fact, at this point in time. So we will have to see what's happening, how the teams are playing. So it's 1 hit so far, Destro alongside of Thabs. 5 eliminations for the 1 hit, and that is a good that is a very very good number. Having like 5 eliminations this early on, it's definitely a very great thing, very amazing thing that you're definitely justifying your eliminations, justifying your points at this point in time. But MAKPEN right now on our screen alongside of Sakura Esports. MAKPEN, there we go with the grenade. He manages to take down one of the Sakura's player. That's a knockdown right there and then. And the situation, it's looking really good into the favor of MAKPEN, but now MAKPEN is also down to one of their players as well. So all the 3 versus 3 scenario is going to happen once again.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to that. Got a crazy standoff here. The high ground going to MAKPEN, definitely going to pay dividends here. Look at that Yeti. getting his hands a little bit, a little bit of traction here from this high ground, just able to tank the blue zone for the time being. Stage 3, it's a so-so when it comes to damage. I like this. I like this for MAKPEN. Though they have one knock, hopefully that does get revived a little later on. Bad positioning though. I would say the rest of the team really scattered, but so far the backup from Yeti looking quite all right. If there is some visibility, if he does get his eyes on some I'd say some oppositions here, some of the other teams, then it'll be quite favorable. But now Yeti again forced to relocate, got to move out of there. I think this is getting a little bit too painful.
Oh my god, it's definitely getting a little bit too painful, but the grenades are going. The grenades don't lie, ladies and gentlemen. That's the second elimination that they're gonna have. They're losing their health towards the play zone, making sure that the health is being revived, like rejuvenated once again. You can see Kharbakht making sure that using bandages at the right time, at the right place. It is this guy, but 15 more players, teams in fact, into the game, and so far 50 players are remaining into the game as well. But with 12 minutes past, 13 minutes on the way, and stage number 3 on our screen, it is 1 minute more and 30 seconds, in fact 1 minute and 30 seconds more before the stage number 3 turns into the stage number 4, makes everyone goes into a panic mode to where they want to hold out the premises, hold out the locations, and at the same time those crucial compounds where they can initiate the fight against all of those different teams. But Sakudai against the MAKPEN once again outside of the circle. The spirit is not yet broken. The fight is still going on. They are making sure that even if they're gonna get eliminated here, they're at least taking 1 or 2 down with them.
Man, yeah, you're right. This is worthy. This is a very worth it cash in when it comes to taking your shots, right? So if Doom gets that, okay, I'm not sure if Doom's gonna engage, but we have Lucifer over here and Susthi getting themselves a little bit of traction here. Frags in, I'd say, at the expense of NEPX, looking real good, guys. You're gonna have to pardon me what I said earlier. It wasn't HLX that was really getting the job done. It was actually one hit. Here we go. Oh, speaking of one hit, there goes one member care of Jimmy, and Jimmy's actually making a lot of good work from this.
He definitely is. He is making a lot of good work from this. I can see that for sure. But at the same time, oh my god, Jimmy, you have to be very careful on what you're doing because at this point, at this location, the situation might not be a really good one for you. But so far, it is one hit so far on our screen, getting some decent number of eliminations. One hit has managed to secure 6 eliminations in total. That's a very, very amazing number. MAKPEN now getting out of the car for this machines. They're on his face, shooting him down. Yeti. The situation is not going to be situated at as he gets taken down. Cool is also looking at this guy. And, oh, wait a second. MAKPEN, KHN, Rab, QT. He managed to do a knockdown. I do believe so. That was a really great damage on towards the player that he was forced to heal himself back to 75% HP. But a third party, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we're talking about. A third party from the back angles.
Man, okay, so Fearless got Koba over there, guys. Now, also, you're gonna have to pardon me. I did say that there was a knock. Apparently, Rab Cutie was not knocked at all. He just took a lot of damage, and I just had to say it. Yep, there he goes. Care of Aditya. Rab Cutie is out of there. So is MAKPEN. The last remaining piece of the puzzle for MAKPEN taken out. And unfortunately, these teams that we've mentioned, guys, 3 teams gone, all zilch. No placement points whatsoever. It's just lucky, I would say, that MAKPEN actually had 3 frags before they exited.
I mean, right now, the situation is going good. The situation is looking good, no matter how you look at it. But LaFamilia Esports, ladies and gentlemen, on our screen, going forward to almost their demise. The car is about to burst down. You don't have to stay there towards the car, but Precious finally gets the final nail, the coffin on Minto. And Minto, as soon as he gets eliminated, that's over. That's over for the player. One elimination for the team NEPX at this point in time, but as a solo player, they cannot hope to get any good point in time. At this point, it's top 12. Ooh, the Omega, you are the Alpha and the Omega M24. on the headshot connectivity. I love this. I love this fact that you just managed to do the headshot right there and then. But Omega, now he's kind of stuck. He's kind of in between the two teams. C2K on the right side, left side, there's the team ASL. The moment you're going to be spotted, it's instantly a game over for you. You want to get into the car, you have to get out of there. The shot definitely did not connect on anyone. So it's all you running out in the complete open area, trying to situate yourself into a safe zone angle where your team members are situated over there. But wait a second, why is the other team, why is the team ASL leaving the premises? They could have got those eliminations for themselves. They could have managed to secure those eliminations, but no, they didn't do that. They were just chilling out there. They did not go forward, and not a single fight happened.
Man. Yeah, I think they were just anxious about position here, but I'm gonna leave that to ASL. Maybe they have a plan, right? They still do have three players. Joker getting a good couple of frags there, so there should be something. I'm pretty sure there's communication in there. Meanwhile, Precious, last one standing here for NEPX. I want to see how this is gonna pan out. He has 3 leveled armors, both for helmet and the vest, so this could probably take an encounter or two. Right, and also I want to add to that. I haven't seen M24 be as effective in quite a while, so big ups to Omega for that. We also saw an AUG. I personally am a huge fan of the AUG. I want to see how long that is gonna last. So Precious, please do your best. Oh my goodness, taking critical hits from the high ground, care of DRS probably.
Precious, you have to be very careful at this point in time, because ooh, I see 4 YLC into the proximity from the window. They can potentially see this guy as well, but the smoke clouds, they're definitely gonna help this guy somewhat into the premises. 4 YLC versus VNRC. It's happening. The grenades are going around from both of the angles. YT is gonna dodge the grenade for Death Machine's peak. Gets knocked down by BLUZZ officials. There's a VNRC receiving a knockdown. There's also some casualties going around from the 4 Death Machines on the 4 Death Machines players, but BLUZZ right now on the very top of the leaderboard with 37 points, still on the 2nd placement into the overall ranking, but right now in the match ranking he's at the very top. 1 hit in the front lines, but at the same time that's from Sakuda. He got liquid right there and then. It's a knock, it's a confirmation. That's a beautiful elimination, but ooh, okay, I see how it is.
Okay, channeling the inner Hawkeye. Are you serious right now? This is amazing. If this turns into a frag, this cannot not be a highlight, right? Okay, this is fun. This is really amusing to me. Well, you know, let's go back to Himson. Literally melting liquid with that single S12K point blank shot. That was painful. That was definitely one of the more surprising frags that I've ever seen. At least for today. And our feed here, right, is lighting up like crazy. Precious putting work into that AUG, man. I'm happy. We got the AUG on the feed again. I'm a simple guy, you know.
Oh my god. Yeah. But so far, BLUZZ official, ladies and gentlemen, they're here once again. Okay, trying to use his explosive bow to get those elimination. Oh, couldn't get it. But so far, Hidden Leaf. Another team, HLIX. This team that got the winner chicken dinner of the previous match. Will have to see what's going to happen, as this team is kind of close to the proximity of securing the number 2 position placement for themselves. 31 points so far for these names. But BLUZZ Jarosur, he's here. Let's see, in the compound, he is at the Hessian Little Patron. The outskirts, the compound, all 4 players are remaining here. Into the mini-map, you can see the 4 Death Machines also shooting at these guys, at the team BLUZZ officials, and at the same time, on a different angle, to a different team.
Yeah, you know, high ground again. We're gonna talk about that a little later on, folks. Now, Himson, we did see him a while ago. He did take a little bit of damage, so now it's time. SKD holding it down for the team. You know, there's just one last guy. Now, with 10 teams and a lot of casualties, I would say Torix. Now, this is turning out to be the Miramar that we actually recognize, right? This is stage 6 already, but with 10 teams, let's be honest here. This is not gonna turn out pretty. We are definitely in for a crazy ending here, folks. I can already predict it. We're gonna think that one team is gonna win it, and then the other team is gonna snatch it away from them. They're just gonna steal everything. So, but that's just me. It's a little bit of trauma speaking, okay? But we'd like that. We'd like that. ASL, however, oh, never mind. I'm gonna go back to that. SDMZ putting a little bit of damage on the side of HLX.
Oh my, nice.
Oh, never mind though.
HLX.
Yeah. There's backup.
An elimination,
There's
ladies
backup.
and gentlemen. They're back up. They're back up to the 3-man, and they're close to getting that number 2 placement for themselves. 7 elimination in this game. That's amazing. That's absolutely like crazy at this point in time. Securing the 7 elimination where every other team, every other lobby players are actually struggling to even keep the 6 eliminations for themselves, like one hit. After the 6th elimination, they got absolutely decimated, right? For YLC, this is another name taking the fight against the 4 death machines on our screen. Cool gets a knockdown. He gets a finisher right there and then, and leaving us with the top 9 teams with 26 players into this situation. It's the stage number 6. 23 minutes are about to pass up. 23 minutes are about to go down, but NEPX, the team that did the point blank shot on another one, instantly got the point blank once again to their own face. S12K it is. That's going to take them down, and NEPX with the 2 eliminations in this match. They're not going to have any placement points and just going to get out of this game.
Oh man, we missed a war zone over here. Okay, well, still, and we're going in. AKAZAYA though with the AMR frag. Right, so that right there, that's amazing. We're being super distracted here. I'll be honest with you, Torix. There's a lot going on, but one hit. I did forget to mention one hit already eliminated. NEPX, VNRC. These teams, I don't think they got home. They went home empty-handed. So at least some of the teams they got a placement point. Now, BLUZZ officials taking their sweet time. A while ago, they were stuck at 1 for so long, right, Torix? But now, they're putting the numbers up. They're at 3 eliminations, slowly reestablishing what was denied of them potentially for the past 4 games. Could this be it? Could this be the winner chicken dinner for BLUZZ officials?
I mean, if it is the winner chicken dinner for the BLUZZ official, I can totally say they're going to be super happy about that. That is for sure, because they missed out 2 big chances of securing that winner chicken dinner. So I do believe so that at least they deserve a winner chicken dinner at the very end of the game. But for YONKO, Lucky Cats, in fact, they're throwing the grenade and also they're receiving the grenades. BPN gets a knockdown with the grenade, and on the backside, Zoro goes back to get that survival done. But the grenades are coming in hot. Punk alone that HP. The second grenade is also going to do a lot of damage. The player rushes in, and BLUZZ official manages to secure that elimination on the 4YLC. It's all over for these guys. That's 6 elimination in total for the BLUZZ official going here. But HLX 7 eliminations, T2K 5. It's 5, 6, 7. Ladies and gentlemen, in a wrong order going on for the top 3 contenders right now in this match.
And I just seeing this BLUZZ officials, man. As you were speaking, I was just really flabbergasted here with how BLUZZ officials is actually gaining quick ground of the frags. A while ago, it was 1 for about a good 3 to 4 stages, and now they're only 1 frag away from tying it up and taking the entire lead from HLX. HLX, by the way, we were talking about HLX earlier on. They were on a streak. They were on a very, very good roll when this match started. So now they gotta watch their backs, right? Because BLUZZ, not only are they up by 1 man, but they're also so close to getting that 7th frag. And should they go beyond that, HLX is gonna have problems.
I mean, everybody's gonna have problems at this point, because at this point in time, you're completely out into the open. You only have these ridges to cover yourself, so making even a smallest mistake at this point, it's going to be a very hard-hitting factor. But HLX, look at this. Leia is in the front lines. AKAZAYA has a AMR. This is a huge, and oh my goodness, imagine that AMR making the connection through the cars. Ooh, even if you have a hovercraft, even if you have a very big car for yourself, that AMR is still going to penetrate right through that car to you. And if it's a headshot, nonetheless, you're going down whether you're behind the car or not.
That's what I was talking about earlier, man. The AMR a while ago, he did get a solid frag off of that AMR, so it really caught my attention. So I'm like, okay, that is really nice. That is really nice from Axie. Hopefully we get to see more of that. Unfortunately, though, he only has 3 rounds left in the chamber. So Axie, I'm gonna stay tuned for that. But for the time being, BLUZZ again putting in the work. There goes Jaya and Master Zerdy. But DRS, let's not forget. Okay, here we go. DRS, let's not look away here. They're complete with 4 players, only 1 frag, sure, but that numbers could make the entire difference here. Torix, I'm nervous. I am super nervous here.
I agree. I am also super nervous here because right now it's the top 5, the 5 of the top 5. But wait a second, Ruled OG still alive? No way with this amount of HP. This guy is still alive, just breathing. He is on his last breath, but okay, there we go. He healed himself back to the 75. He goes, and DRS once again is going to cook that grenade. Now they're going to be like, okay, there's nobody here, but he spotted the head. He spotted the head. The shots comes over. It's over for Ruled OG right there and then, and Igneous, the last guy remaining for the T2K. It's not looking good. It's almost a demise of the T2K from this point onward, but they still managed to cement themselves into the top 5, so that's a really good, that's a really great job. Well done. But Igneous, come on.
It's not going to make it.
This was the wrong move. You're not going to be able to make that. It's on the top 5 that you go out. And with this, we are down to the top 4 officially. HLX, Team BLUZZ, ASL, and DRS.
Man, GG's to Train to Kill for that one. Valiant effort, but again, the play zone just really very unforgiving when it comes to health. Okay, here we go. This is what we were waiting for. HLX versus BLUZZ. Okay, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The immediate competition of BLUZZ officials. Gone right there. Okay, I hope I'm reading that right. BLUZZ or BLUZZ. But here we go. HLX, gone. Now, BLUZZ officials has 10 frags, bro. 10 frags, 2-digiters. Imagine if they can rack up another 7 with the winner chicken dinner, because that's the possibility here, right? It is the possibility for BLUZZ to hold their ground and take out these 2 teams, but not until DRS probably takes on ASL themselves. So, I don't know. Is the enemy of their enemy their friend?
I mean, at this point, nobody is nobody's friend. Everybody's enemy at this point in time. The grenades are definitely going to go. You're going to make someone happy by eliminating their opponent, then you're going to be the one taking the fight against them. That how dare you take our eliminations at this point in time? We needed those eliminations, but there we go. Cyclone getting ASL's Jane. Joker is also down to the very last guy. That is Chadi, and Chadi gets eliminated. It's a 4 versus 4, ladies and gentlemen. That's about to occur. DRS is this going to be their first winner chicken dinner that we are going to see, or is this going to be the first winner chicken dinner for the BLUZZ official at this point in time? BLUZZ, they've struggled too much for the past 2-3 matches, coming so close to the winner chicken dinner, but going so far. I did saw that pan flying up there close to the proximity.
I saw that too. I was like, was that a skillet? I was like, that flew off from the roof, didn't it? That was hilarious. Okay, here we go. Big blood on the side of Gyro, sir. Okay, now I know he has to heal. He knows he got to do it. He knows he has to do it. His position's compromised as well, but he doesn't know that there was rotation. Let's see. DRS. I did say this earlier, Torix, that DRS might be might be slept on. You know, they're probably the sleeper team right now. Here we go. There it is. Example. Making a good example out of Gyro, sir. Let's see how this is going to pan out. 10 versus 5 eliminations. No way that BLUZZ is gonna get denied again.
Oh my god, it's over.
Yo!
No! Why? How? What is going on? This is the 3rd time that this has happened to you in one day. Coming so close, starting so headstrong into the final fight, but then struggling so hard on that execution that the other team just absolutely decimates you out of that equation. BLUZZ official. There's a lot of work that needed to be done, but DRS, ladies and gentlemen, that's their first chicken and a really decent spot into the overall ranking now.
Gotta love it, you know, and that's also proving us wrong here on the commentator's desk, right? Because DRS, they've been falling short time and time again, at least for our first 4 games here on the playoffs. But there it is, you know. At the end of it all, the sun really did set with DRS with their heads up. I like it. But man, the tail of the tape here is BLUZZ officials complete and utter denial from start to finish. However, I will give them where credit is. I will give them credit where it's due, simply because they managed to land double-digit frags, and that's amazing.
Yes. That is absolutely true. Going to the DRS had 9, but BLUZZ official, they had 10, 11 eliminations to their name, and that is a big number. Even though, I do love this fact, I do love this singular fact that even though BLUZZ official has not been getting that winner chicken dinner, they have been consistent with the hashtag number 2s. Sandhawk was number 2, Miramar, the first Miramar was number 2, and at the same time, Last Erangel, they were also... did they even play the last Erangel, or did they not? Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think that they played.
Did. I don't think they did.
I don't think that they did. So it's a back-to-back 3 matches of hashtag number 2 that these guys have got for themselves. Yet still, every single time they were this close to winner chicken dinner, but just too far away. DRS, nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first initial winner chicken dinner that's gonna have for Yonko's Lucky Cat. You can see the highlights where how they got into the fight, how they got eliminated. BLUZZ official, how they were also taking the players that down from the other side. And this last fight where BLUZZ official was completely surrounded at this ridge angle. There was no place to go. And instantly, 1, 2, 3, it was all over. BLUZZ official out. DRS, winner chicken dinner, back to the lobby.
My goodness, man. The real soldiers with 9 eliminations just played it off with ultimate patience. Managed to reach the 2nd place all the way to the winner chicken dinner, right? Just letting the entirety of the match play itself without overextending. That's the thing that I like the most out of this. Look at that. They have fairly even distribution, 3, 2, 2, 2 in frags. So everybody did their jobs, right? Now, let's not forget. Yeah. Here we go. 2, 1, 4. You gotta love it. We had a lot of throwables. We had a lot of all of them nades flying all around the place, guys. So everybody happy. You know, me, Torix, you guys, I hope.
I'm not. I'm not.
He wanted more. He wants
had
more.
274. 274 grenade and all total throwables. This one, the Miramar, is 214.
Fair.
We are missing more than 60 of those throwables. Come on, somewhere into the proximity you should have thrown more because it's a very big map. But 55 eliminations, 11,000 healing nonetheless in this match. It's a very big number. Healing-wise, this is a very big number. But going into the match ranking, ladies and gentlemen, the last match of today, it is DRS with 19 total points, 16 for the BLUZZ official, 11 for HLX, 8 for T2K, 7 for ASL. There's a 4 YLC with 6 alongside 1 hit with the 6 as well. 40M, 4 MAKPEN, 3 for ISSLXNRC, SKD with 2, NEPX with 2, and AKZ, 4K, SDMZ, and LAFAMILIA with 0.
Yeah, that is a bit of a sight for sore eyes, honestly, with 4 teams leaving with nothing, at least for our last game, guys. So I know they're going to try to make haste moving forward. We've got 3 more days, and today the curtains are going to be closed very soon. But emerging on top, Tribe AEROMACY with 60 points in total, not far behind BLUZZ officials, care of the 2nd places. So close, literally 8 points away. Now let's see if day number 2 can be a little bit kinder to them. Hidden Leaf with 36 points, that's a bit of a big gap, but I'm more than sure that can be made up for in the coming days.
I mean, yes, that is the thing. It's definitely going to be one of the things at this point in time. But aside from that, the day number 2, the day number 3, that's going to determine where the teams are going to stand. But overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen, 2nd page, 19 total points for the NEPX, ABRUPT player 18 for the NAVENRC, 17 for MAKPEN, Sakura with 10, 9 for SDMZ's LAFAMILIA, still on the 2nd spot, in fact on the 17th spot, 2nd page, 8 total points, 4 nights. Slowly and steadily, those numbers are even more depleting. But match MVP, in fact MVP of the day, the whole day, this is the guy, the official. Not only they couldn't get the winner chicken dinner, okay, that's a sad part for them, but still, even with that, they still managed to secure the top fragger, top eliminator of the day. 15 eliminations, 22 minutes of average survival time, and 2191 is the total damage that they have dealt to their enemies.
That's beautiful, man. Again, BLUZZ, they're still walking away, at least for today, with a bit of an accolade, you know, tied to their belts. I like that. I like that. Now, here we go. A little head-to-head, I'd say, cards here. Right, we got Woke and Rig. These two guys, not far off. I like the fact that we have this. We have a bit of comparison. So,
yeah,
they have some pride and glory to fight for, despite the fact that, yeah, this is just the playoffs, guys. A lot more to be done before we get to the bigger stage.
I mean, that is the thing. But so far, it is the head-to-head. You can see it is BLUZZ versus a Rig that we saw. And overall ranking-wise, we did see everything that went out today beautifully. BLUZZ official, they're on the number 2 spot. No matter how you look at it, the 3 close to winner chicken dinner matches, it's definitely going to help them a lot. But yes, aside from that, tomorrow is going to be another day where a lot of work needs to be done from the bottom side teams, from the bottom line teams. At DRS, okay, they kind of redeemed themselves into the very last match, but they have to keep the consistency for tomorrow matches as well, because right now the situation is very tense. One wrong match, one bad day will instantly mean that you're setting yourself back to a very long distance.
Yeah, you know, they have to be, as you mentioned, consistent. Apart from that, I think they have to be gritty. Right, sometimes it will take a bit, just like what happened to DRS. So the other teams, I'm pretty sure they're gonna try to do the same thing. They're gonna try to find their footing, get the momentum down, and maybe make wiser choices. They do have 2 chances for 2 maps. They can do 2 Erangels and 2 Miramars, so there's plenty of adjustment room for these teams, right? And 1 Sandhawk in between. You know, I mean, you and I, we like that break, we like that breather for Sandhawk. I'm just super excited how that's gonna be like. Folks, it is such a wonderful feeling to be back on the desk once again. I'm just being biased towards me and being with Torix on the mic. More so, having you guys watch your favorite teams here on PMNC South Asia, the playoffs. This has been day number 1. Pika and Torix on the mic. We'll see you tomorrow, so please stay tuned. So long.